Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Michael Yakubovich of Hookset, representing Merrimack District 24, and I'm here a co-sponsor of House Bill 1159. I was not ready to speak on it. I was hoping I wouldn't have to, because this is not something that I speak about lightly. But the prime sponsor isn't here. So this day, November 7th, we want to commemorate the date and recognize it as the day for the victims of this ideology, totalitarian ideology that came into power a little over 100 years ago in Russia under the Bolshevik regime, and it's been with us since then, and it's been tried in, as the bill states, about 40 other nations. It spread through the world, and it caused many millions of deaths, probably over 100 million. Some people say between 100 and 200 million deaths were caused by this ideology, by these experiments. And this is something that we should, this is probably the biggest evil that we lived through so far, and we should hope to not repeat it. That's why this date is being recognized in multiple states as something very crucial to human survival. 14 states have legislation that commemorate November 7th as the date for the victims of communism. This is also an international recognized date, more or less, because again, this dates back to the Bolshevik Revolution of Russia, which began the regimes and the slaughter of, again, 100 million people. The bill lists many other regimes throughout the world that have tried this ideology, have tried this absolute power given to the leaders. It didn't work out for them either. We're talking about China under Mao. We're talking about Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh, Cambodia under Pol Pot, Cuba. So this is why I'm a co-sponsor of the bill. I urge you to pass this bill commemorating the victims so that we do not have victims anymore, or at least we remember how not to do it next time around. So sorry, I was not ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing, oh. No, okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. Representative Somsich.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, for this opportunity to speak in support of HB 1159. While I'm not a really big fan or supporter of Memorial Days or proclamations, in this case, I still would like to speak to this particular bill. I'm here today, and I handed out my written testimony to all of you, and I have extra copies if you didn't get them. I'm here today to submit personal testimony in support of HB 1159. In fact, I and my family are exactly the victims of communism that are mentioned in this bill. While I was only 6 years old when my parents fled communist Hungary in 1956 and did not personally feel persecuted, many of my family members and friends suffered under that government including imprisonment, torture, and various forms of harassment. One of my uncles, who was a Jesuit priest and a representative of the Vatican in Hungary, was arrested and tortured while in prison. Other relatives had been banished from living near their relatives or provided with only inadequate housing and relatively lowly jobs, while their children suffered various forms of discrimination. My own father, who came from an aristocratic family, but who was not involved with politics at all, was never allowed to keep a job very long and was labeled an enemy of the people. We also had many friends of our family who suffered various forms of persecution. So I understand firsthand what the communist Hungarian government did to many Hungarians. This is why, since in 2016, I have been hosting an annual remembrance here at the State House at the plaque that commemorates the 1956 Hungarian Revolution, attended by the Hungarian Council in Boston and numerous Hungarian Americans in New England, and this year including one of the co-sponsors of this bill. My family's experience was also partly the reason why in 1971, when I was a physics student at the University of Heidelberg in Germany, I joined Amnesty International, the most well-known human rights organization worldwide. I wanted to contribute in some way to working for the release of political prisoners worldwide who were imprisoned in violation of the internationally recognized human rights, who Amnesty called prisoners of conscience. As some of you may remember, in 1971, the world was politically quite different from what it is today. Some of the prisoners that I was working on behalf of during the 30 years that I worked for Amnesty included a Jewish citizen of the Soviet Union, a political activist in East Germany, a cultural activist in the Hungarian part of Romania, a labor union activist in Brazil, a socialist in Czechoslovakia, and opponents of various military dictatorships at the time in Spain, Greece, Taiwan, Uruguay, as well as for a journalist in Hungary. I learned much over those years about different cultures and about human rights violations, including torture. During the course of many years of working on these cases, it became clear to me that no ideology has a monopoly on human rights violations or torture. Whether we are talking about the Nazi atrocities against the Jews in Europe or the pogroms instigated by Stalin, human beings are the victims of both ideologies and authoritarian governments. I could pick up any particular prisoner case sheet, and if I covered up the country of origin and just read the details of the case, I could not tell you whether that government was a communist government, a military dictatorship, or just an authoritarian regime. And in fact, the victims of such governments could care less what their torturers were using as justification. For example, the Nazi government arrested and killed political opponents, religious students such as members of the White Rose, conscientious objectors, homosexuals, people with disabilities, labor union leaders, and the proponents of democratic rights. They were an equal opportunity persecutor, as are most dictatorships. Because of my experience working in human rights, I have developed a great empathy for all victims of human rights violations. It is still shocking to me that even the countries of the world that signed on to the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that they are today still violating many of those promises. I thank the sponsors of this bill for acknowledging the victims of communism, but I would respectfully ask them to consider all victims persecuted for exercising their human rights. This committee could do that by expanding the range of victims and designating a Victims of Oppression Memorial Day. And since December 10th is already recognized worldwide as Human Rights Day, it would make sense to use that day to remember the victims of oppression on that day. Thank you very much. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1159? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Representative Santana Sasso, you have a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion for House Bill 1159, inexpedient to legislate.
Second? And Representative Lekes.
Did we just end public testimony and enter an
Yes.
executive session?
Yes?
Okay, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. Thank you.
I wasn't explicit enough, my fault. I did, however, end the hearing. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes. So communism, I read the first volume of The Gulag Archipelago by Alexander Solzhenitsyn, and what that book taught me is that communism it's worse than you can imagine. But this kind of bill, we've kind of decided as a committee that this kind of waters down the actual underlying issue, and the best way to handle this kind of thing is to not put into statute, declarations, to order the governor to make declarations as such, and it'd be better served in a different way.
Thank you, Representative Lekes.
Thank you. I agree, and I'm supporting the ITL sort of uncomfortably with a heavy heart. I'm very aware of what happened, what the communists have done. My father fought on the anti-communist side in the Greek Civil War. I had a great-grandmother who left Moscow in 1913, a good year to get out. But actually, I think, as was mentioned by the representative who spoke, the proper way and the more effective way of commemorating is for groups of people to organize things like the commemoration of the Hungarian Revolution, and they can ask the governor, petition the governor to sign a resolution, which he'll generally do. The problem is there's a lot of these in statute, and if you go and ask most people, they won't even know what most of them are about. And so, they get put in statute and forgotten. Probably the governor's staff on the right days gives them something to sign, and it issues a press release, and nobody notices anything. So I applaud people and groups who put the effort into commemorating such days, but I don't think this is a useful way of handling it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there Representative Broda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will also support the ITL. And let me try to rephrase it, what Representative Lekes said. This committee receives a lot of requests for days honoring an event. And we have so many of them and there's no way really for the state to recognize them other than just put them on this calendar. And so there has been a policy of this committee not to deem these bills inexpedient to legislate, in the hopes that those people who are dedicated and committed to a certain cause will reach out to the governor for proclamation and will, within their group, promote the cause of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I, too, will support the ITL. And I was unaware, and I'm sure a number of folks here were probably unaware, that November 7th is already a national holiday, celebrated nationally for this. This is already in the books as a national event, and as we see, we have a number in statute already of days, and I think this would be just another one that would go in there, and I'm not sure whether it would be, once it's in, celebrated continually, or if it's better to be done on the National Day and have the governor proclaim as a better option. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Sytek.
Well, so was Martin Luther King Day national, but we didn't hesitate to make it a state holiday either. So, look, I wish this bill weren't here, all right? I don't like these proclamations, but the fact is, whether this is ignored or not ignored, it's just too important to let principle override this, even if it's ignored. So I'm all for the ITL, but I'm not going to vote for it. I'm going to vote for this. As I said, I wish it weren't here. I have no personal experience, although I find from my family tree that I would have been Jewish enough for Hitler. Fortunately, they were all left, came over here to get jobs, I guess. Anyway, look, in addition to being a state representative, every night I go to bed, I read right-wing magazine. It's pretty responsible, National Review. And I'm distraught at where the world, totalitarianism, oppression, it just seems to be every nation. People are thirst for power. We even saw it here. We're too much philosophy. I'm done. Thank you.
Representative Allegro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too will support the ITL on this bill, although I do so regretfully. I have to cite what I always cite. I'm obligated to cite that we have 65,000 pages of RSAs over there on the shelf, and to be passing legislation for this sort of thing is difficult, especially since I've spoken to so many people like Representatives Yakubovich and Somsil, who lived behind the Iron Curtain, and many who were senior and remember very well the goings-on. They tell me what I already knew, and that's why I do this regretfully, support the ITL. They tell me what I already know, and that is that at this particular time, the United States is in the midst of a communist insurgency. And so we need to be vigilant, we need to recognize it, but another Memorial Day I don't think is in order. Thank you.
Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As someone of Polish heritage, and I think we're all aware that the Poles suffered greatly under both Nazism and Joseph Stalin, I regretfully will vote ITL on this bill with a word to the sponsors that this committee usually recommends that you actually are going to gain more public recognition of this issue by going to the governor and having him do a press conference. The first splash when something like this gets put into the RSA, yes, it gets noticed, but after a few years, it's just sitting there in statute, and it's up to people whether or not they pay attention to the date. So I would urge you to please approach the governor and ask him to make this proclamation yearly on a personal basis, and I think he would. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I would have to agree that probably most of the committee would be delighted to sign such a request. Representative Fellows.
Thank you. Like so many people on this committee, I'm going to vote ITL. I think this is a very important subject, and I would like ways for people, the public, to learn more about what happened. The people who have firsthand experience have mostly passed away at this point, but just having a proclamation day is not going to make people more informed about this issue. It's more important that there be things like PBS shows and they teach more about it in school, and there are just other avenues that would inform people at a proclamation day. Really won't help much. Thank you.
Okay. Actually, I will mention that one of the co-sponsors, Representative Cambrils, came to this country from Cuba as an adult, so he understands the issue. Representative Bailey.
I'm going to oppose the ITL because I realize we have a principle here of not keeping this sort of thing going, but we have made exceptions. And this hundreds of millions of dead strikes me as something to make an exception about. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Representative Saita.
For a second time, we don't need personal experience to know this horror. That's irrelevant. I mean, it's relevant to that individual, but the 100 million people that died, I don't need, I'm done.
Anyone else? Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, as one of the older, or perhaps the oldest member of the committee, and somebody who lived in Europe for 5.5 years back in the 60s, I was present for, happened to be out of the country of Germany, where I was living at the time. At the particular moment when the Berlin Wall was commenced, there was no wall initially. They strung barbed wire along certain streets, blocked people from looking out or climbing out the windows of their apartments, which were technically in East Berlin, where the sidewalk below them was in West Berlin. And initially it was a horror story in many ways. But I lived through that period in Germany when some of the most evil aspects of totalitarian regimes of Eastern Europe were practicing their horrors. But I am concerned about especially the call for action beginning on line 21, and especially you look at lines 22, 23, 24, which urge cities, towns, school administrative units, school districts, as well as state colleges and universities throughout the state to observe the day in an appropriate manner, including but not limited to education on topics such as Mao Zedong in China and so forth. So if we're prescribing a course of action above and beyond a proclamation, we're talking about a program of education on these topics. That's a pretty significant undertaking, especially for younger children who will have utterly no idea what they're being presented with to begin with. And the implementation of this, would have to be very skillful so that we don't merely engage in indoctrination with regard to the evils of communism, when perhaps a more appropriate topic would be civil rights abuses that occur under all kinds of governments, in some instances even our own in the past. And so I think this is an invitation to either sloppy observation of something or indoctrination, which we would not be happy with. So I will support the ITL motion as well, with recognition of what a number of my colleagues have said about this. Thank you.
Representative Lakis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I remember correctly, the cases where we made exceptions have been for one-time events. I think we had a couple of them, not for regular ones that just happen every year. For example, we had the one on the upcoming solar eclipse here, and that was at least part had a financial component to try and promote tourism to the state when that happens. But thank you.
Any other comments? Representative Sytek.
For a third time, Representative Schmidt, you're exactly right on, and if I thought this bill was going anywhere, I would amend it out and try to make this a one-time celebration, but I don't think it's worth the effort at this point.
I agree. One time, the eclipse.
Yes, Representative Schmidt.
The eclipse situation was one where we're going to have to be prepared for potentially thousands of people coming to New Hampshire, not merely to observe, but also to get in and out safely and without encumbering the entire northern part of the state. So I agree. The one-time aspect is an important one.
Thank you. I'm more concerned with the fact that the two people who spoke had different ideas on what we should do with this bill. I mean, victims of communism is different from victims of oppression, and changing the date just doesn't seem to be the right thing to do. Anyone else? All right, seeing no other comments, the motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1159, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
The clerk votes no. Representative Pearson. Representative Pearson.
I'm going to vote no, but I'm not going to oppose consent.
Representative Yakubovich.
No.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
No.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Valenzara.
No.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Grote.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes, I don't think this belongs on consent.
Oh, there's 5 dissents.
Even if there were only one, I think it is something of note.
The vote is 12 to 5.
The vote is 12 to 5, so the motion passes. This will be on the regular calendar. Is someone going to be writing a minority report? Yeah, Representative, you can't write a minority report, Representative Allegro. You voted for it. Oh, no, Representative Santonastaso made the motion, and therefore he's writing the majority report. Is somebody writing a minority report? Yes, okay, Representative Yakubovich will be writing a minority report. And while we're in executive session, Representative Pearson, I believe you have a motion on 1549. That's, let me find my copy. Yes,
Madam Chair, would you kindly give us the
we
title?
we heard that last Monday on the 25th, 1549, special duty hours worked by retired police. So,
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to move ITL on 1549.
Who seconded?
Sounded like Goalie.
please keep your mic off unless you're actually speaking, please. We keep cutting off.
Did you have a second, Madam Chair?
Yes, Representative Goldie seconded
Thank
it. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Pearson?
I would, thank you. One of the things that keeps the theory and function of the pension system going is a balance of investment returns and income. And one of the things that has become slightly popular is a lot of things that are reducing the income stream to that system. This particular bill, and we're supposed to look at these as standalone, but this does kind of tie into another one that we're also hearing. Specifically, and the issue here is specifically the exclusion of hours on what would be special duty. We've already have concerns over the amount of hours worked that retirees are doing as it is, and to start breaking out subgroups of different types of things and not counting hours here and counting hours there makes an extraordinarily complicated system even more so. So I think that we really should be focusing on the holistic inclusion of hours worked and not start to break them off into subgroups and specialties and things of that nature. So that is the main premise of why I think this piece of legislation needs to be ITL'd.
Representative Goldie, do you wish to speak to your second?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I think looking at this, like Representative Pearson said, we've always looked to reduce the number of hours. While I would prefer to see a reduction in the hours worked, I think this here, calling on not including special duty hours, you see it's right in it, special duty law enforcement. So they're still doing law enforcement, whether they're directing traffic or not. They're expected to carry out their duties. For that reason alone, I think that those hours should be counted. Thank you.
Representative Sitek, then
You may not have, I'm not sure how many heard, but Representative Emmerich, when he was introducing this, said almost under his breath, if these special duty hours do not earn money towards retirement, why should they be counted against you after retirement? Sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. I'd like to enlarge this for a second because I've been thinking a lot about, if you don't mind, I'll try to make this fast.
we have 12 minutes.
I'll try to keep it to 11. We wonder about these people working part-time when they could have full-time officers paying down the UAAL. How about something like this? You say to somebody who's working part-time, you want to work part-time for this town? Hold the retirement system harmless. You contribute towards the UAAL. We can't charge you an employment fee, but you can hold the retirement system harmless, as it would have been held harmless if they had gotten a regular officer. So take your pick. You don't have to worry. That's a thought. I'm not going to man the ramparts, but if it grows any legs, I'd be happy to work with it.
Thank you. Representative Rhodes?
Madam Chair, I would respect that Representative Pearson seems to have a response that seems pretty important, so I would yield and go after him.
Okay, Representative Schuett, you had a
Thank you,
comment?
Madam Chair. With reference to Representative Sitek's comments and what I was going to say, I did ask the question during the hearing if there were still officers who were able to work special details and have that count towards their retirement. And the answer was yes, approximately 1,800. So in deference to those officers who are able to work these special details and have it count towards their retirement, I would say that's a pretty large number and we should ITL this bill for now. Perhaps in the future, if the number is much smaller, it's something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Pearson.
This is in reference to the idea that Representative Sitek has brought forward. There is one problem with that in the sense that if you are going to charge these folks and you're going to withdraw monies from their pay to pay the pension system, now you're starting to run into IRS things, you're starting to run into federal pension laws that involve the prohibition of that exact thing. So that's, though I'm not opposed to the theory and what you're getting at there, you just, as of right now, cannot do that. If you're going to withdraw, it's going to have to become part of the process. That process being, and again, to remind the folks, there have been substantial efforts made against double dipping into this system. And when you start bringing people back in virtually full-time roles, you are doing exactly that. You are permitting someone to practically work full-time while also collecting their retirement. That is not healthy for the system. It's not how the system was intended to function. And I think that the problems that Representative Schuett made in reference to those that are still active and able to count these also exacerbates that. Thank you.
Representative Rhodes?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I believe that it was Representative O'Brien that had asked the question about if there was a specific reason that there needed to be officers that was doing this special duty, because if indeed they were needed to do a duty, then they would be the ones to actually be able to step up and do that in the event of, you know, something going wrong. So that is one thing to consider, that if other people were able to do it, they would be doing it. So they are doing police work. The other thing that I think is important is exactly what Representative Pearson is saying, that once you retire, so a lot of the reasons, and we did have a gentleman that confirmed this, that one of the reasons people retire is when they're ready to be retired. And once you are retired, you're actually able to say, no, I don't want to work these particular days or these particular hours, and you're kind of excused from that. So in the event that you start working, you know, your 1,500 and some hours a year, 25 hours a week, I think it related to, then you turn around and you work 20 or 25 hours at this particular job. You're essentially working more than what a full-time employee is working, and perhaps they need to step back a little bit before they make that decision to retire.
Thank you. I'd like to mention that the employee would not be paying the UAAL contribution. That's an employer responsibility, and therefore, if we tried to impose that, it would be a cost increase for the towns. They are many towns are enjoying having retired police officers because they're cheaper than working police officers, because you don't have to pay the pension contribution. So this would make it more difficult for retired police to find a job if their employer had to pay the UAAL in addition to the cash on hand to the person. Representative Sytek.
Of the chair, is that the town wouldn't be prohibited from paying that as an extra?
I don't believe any town would volunteer to pay the UAAL.
Well, to keep, to have an officer handy?
But we would have to mandate that they do so.
If I may continue, I do not like what Representative Schuett and Pearson have said, because they forced me to change my mind.
It's a hazard of the job, Representative Sytek. Is there any other comments, questions? All right, seeing none, the motion is an expedient to legislate on House Bill 1549 by Representative Pearson and Goley, and the clerk can call the roll.
Yes.
Mike?
Turn it off for this one. The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Marsh. Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
The chair.
Yes.
Grand slam. 17 to 0.
Okay, the motion passes 17 to 0. Without objection, we'll put it on consent. All right, I think that's probably all we can do until our next hearing. So I'll close the executive session.
Yeah, I'm not, but aren't they going to die off? I mean, is that their grandfather?
Good morning, everyone. I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 1552, and I call one of the sponsors, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Primanti is unable to be with us this morning, has a conflict, but he asked me to open the bill for him, which I'm happy to do. I won't take any testimony. I am on the Assessing Standards Board, as some of you in the committee know. Now for, I don't know, 15 or 16 years. I don't profess to any specific expertise in the field, but I have listened and learned a lot in my time on the committee, and I'm fully in support of this bill because it goes to an issue that will be discussed by the numerous experts who are here from the Assessing Standards Board, present and past, and so I hope the committee will ask their questions when any one of them are testifying. They know what they're talking about, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Representative Schmidt. I call Robert Gagney.
I'm the vice chair of the Assessing Standards Board. The chairman, Betsy Patton, I believe couldn't be with us today, so I'm here to speak to the bill. The impetus for this bill was that the transparency of assessing certification and discipline and decertification is not where the Assessing Standards Board wanted it to be. The intent when we put rules in place.
Excuse me, sir, you have to be closer to the microphone. Thank you.
The intent when we put the rules in place was to have this process be transparent for taxpayers, for the regulating bodies, and so forth. And it turns out that because the Department of Revenue has a non-disclosure or non-disclosure statute, they have interpreted that to mean that the entirety of the assessing certification and discipline and decertification is confidential and can't be released to the public. This was not the intent of the ASB when we set the rules up, and we're taking this avenue to make sure that that process is transparent.
Thank you, we appreciate that. Is there any questions? Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gagney. Is there some reason that this could not be accomplished by somehow changing statute to allow the Assessing Standards Board to do this?
The Assessing Standards Board was set up to put standards and rules in place for assessing, but it was never an intention that the Assessing Standards Board be the policing agency. Initially, that was the Department of Revenue, and that had been working fairly well since its inception in the early aughts, 2001 or 2. But some issues have come up in the last couple of years on that transparency issue, and we felt this was a necessary step. I can tell you that there have been members of the public who have felt that it should have been an independent licensing and certification board since the beginning, kind of like the New Hampshire Real Estate Appraiser Board, of which I'm a certified individual. We initially thought that was maybe too big a step, and that between the Assessing Standards Board and the Department of Revenue, that this could be handled properly, and we don't know that that's the case anymore.
Thank you.
Representative Blackus.
Thank you. Rather than setting up a whole separate board to deal with this, is there other problems with DRA doing it other than transparency? Because there could be statute change to make that part of what they do, have to be transparent.
Right. And to be honest, we've got another track where we've proposed adding some exceptions to the confidentiality statute that they're subject to open up those records. But there may be some additional issues that others will address. I can tell you that, and I don't know if the department is here to speak today, but
Yes.
Okay. There's been quite a bit of activity in the last few years on complaints and so forth. And this is my opinion, by the way, I'm not sure that the hearings bureau that they have set up was really set up for this kind of thing. I think it was more set up for issues of taxation and appeals of taxation, whether it's rooms and meals or business tax. And, you know, it's not that large a staff, where the OPLC, as I understand it, is a staff of over 100, and this is their job, is to administer, I believe, about 54 boards and commissions. I can tell you as a real estate appraiser, I think they've done it's been a process that's worked pretty well, and I'm confident that it would be a good setup to create this assessing certification board under the OPLC.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Sytek.
Other boards have as part of their function discipline. How you said that you only do standards and testing. Why not expand your purview to include discipline?
Yeah, we do have disciplinary rules, and it's the Department of Revenue that enforces that, not the assessing. We set the standards and the disciplinary rules, and the Department of Revenue polices that.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Fellows.
Can you just tell me why, if you think that the Office of Professional Licensing and Certification has staff that can make decisions about, even if a person qualifies to be certified or licensed, because within this statute, it's very vague. It's not like they graduated with some kind of degree, or they, certified by some, National Assessors Standards Board or something like that. So how would that even work?
So the proposal in front of you was based on the statute, I believe, for the most part, for the New Hampshire Real Estate Appraiser Board. It mirrors that. So this sets up the framework, and then rules have to be set about who qualifies and how. And while the OPLC will administer that, the Assessing Certification Board will oversee that. For example, if there's a complaint against an assessor, the OPLC would take that complaint in, determine if it's founded, do the research, determine if it needed to be prosecuted, and they would conduct that function, but the Assessing Certification Board would hear the case and make a decision.
Yes, Representative Fellows. This sets up a complete professional board with disciplinary, with certification powers, approval of continuing education, and discipline of the licensees. The OPLC is merely the administrator. Representative Broda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my understanding of this bill is that you wish to put this into statute with OPLC because existing requirements for assessors are not being upheld. What is the root of the problem in English?
Okay. So right now, if an assessor has a complaint against them and it's determined to be founded, meaning it's a legitimate complaint, and discipline occurs, no one knows about that. It's not, that information is not available to the public. That's a problem because the public should be aware of whether someone's got an issue with assessing. And as an assessor, I find it's an issue because if someone's conducting themselves in a fashion that got them in trouble, it would be nice to know what the result of that was, what the actions were that got them in trouble, and what the result was, so that we're more careful about how we conduct ourselves. But if we don't know that, it's possible that we step in the same landmine and aren't aware of it. So it really needs to be open. If a real estate appraiser has a complaint against them, that whole process is open. You can go onto the New Hampshire Real Estate Appraiser Board site and look anybody up to find out if they've ever had any discipline going back 30 years, and it's all public. And that's how this should be as well.
Follow up?
Yes, thank you. And does this also apply to, okay, let me back up. If a town hires a uncertified assessor, is that against the law?
Depends on what they're hiring them to do. They, you know, if you hire someone to do particular services, they need to be certified and qualified to provide those services, whether it's an employee, whether it's Robert Gagney working for the city of Manchester. I need to be certified at the level of work I'm doing as my responsibility. And it goes right down to someone that's visiting a property just to gather information. Whether it's an employee or a contractor, that individual needs to be certified at the level they're doing their work.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Other Representative O'Brien and then Shuett.
Thank you for taking my question. I understand what you're doing here, and I'm all about the transparency. But I would imagine in your line of work that you're always going to have people that disagree with their particular assessment. So I'm concerned about the assessor himself or herself. What is the safeguard here with this? If, you know, what would be the claim, you know, if somebody was actually 100% doing their job? Where does that tally up against that particular person?
So that would be the part of the work that the OPLC would do. So if a complaint is made, they would need to determine if there was a violation of a rule or a law. So if someone wasn't happy with their assessment and they complained, that's not a founded complaint. There are other avenues to take care of that, and that's not a violation of any rule or law. You know, people don't necessarily like to pay taxes, and they're unhappy even if the numbers are correct. So that would not be a founded complaint, and that would not, you know, it's not going to be a public black mark on somebody because that's never going to make the public record if it's an unfounded complaint. And that would be the same whether it stayed at the DRA and the records were opened, or whether it was set up with the OPLC.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Shuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Gagney, I'm trying quickly on my tablet to find the membership of the Assessing Standards Board. Are there public members of that board?
Yes, the current makeup is, there are. So it's 2 reps, 2 state senators, the commissioner of the Department of Revenue or their designee. There are 4 assessing seats. There are 3 municipal representatives and 2 or 3 members of the public. There's 15 members altogether.
Follow-up. And have you encountered any difficulties in getting members to meetings and so forth? We've heard testimony from OPLC in recent weeks about difficulty of getting members for quorums for meetings and so forth, and particularly public members. So I'm a little concerned about the number of public members proposed for this board.
Yeah. So we do have a couple of open seats right now. We've only had 1 public seat open for a prolonged period of time, like 3 or 4 years, I believe. It hasn't been an issue with making quorum at this point, but I believe there are 2 more seats vacant right now, and it could become an issue. And I don't know if it's a matter of people not willing to serve or the processing not taking place yet. I can tell you that the 4 assessor seats, we were up for renewal this year, well, last year, September of '21, and it's the New Hampshire Association of Assessing Officials that puts those names forward before the Governor Executive Council, and we have not received any indication that the council has heard you know, and we serve until we're replaced, so the 4 of us are still serving, but we expired in September and that hasn't been filled yet. So that's a processing. You know, there are 4 names there ready to go, but they haven't been processed yet.
Representative Saita.
Mr. Gagney, you said something, this mirrors the real estate board, and that it's public information. You could go back 30 years to find misbehavior. You think that somehow I'm uncomfortable with somebody record for 30 years. Would you have that in mind for assessor too? Their record would not clear after a certain period of time, 7 years?
I don't believe there isn't any clearance on that board. Certainly if it was the intent of the lawmakers to have some such provision, I guess I'd have to think about what that period of time would be. And it also would be, if you have another infraction, it seems to me that that information ought to stay no matter how far back it goes. So.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Representative Broda.
Thank you. So are you asking then in the statute to move the board from under the supervision of the DRA to the OPLC?
So the Assessing Standards Board would continue as it exists today. This would set up another board, an Assessing Certification Board, that would be under the OPLC, but the Assessing Standards Board would still be administratively tied to the Department of Revenue.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Fellows.
Thank you. Tell me what I'm not understanding here, because for me, it seems to me that the board that creates the standards would be the best group of people to judge if somebody's violated those standards.
That's a good question. Now, the qualifications to be an assessor would fall under the new Assessing Certification Board, the education, the experience, and so forth. I would see those rules of the ASB moving over. But there are assessing standards that apply to not just individuals, but to jurisdictions. Cities and towns need to have values anew every 5 years. They need to be done under certain standards, meaning when you do a revaluation, your results need to be within certain statistical tests. That's separate from certifying the individuals to do the work. Those are requirements on boards of assessors, boards of selectmen, other governing bodies. So, while everything that falls under the Assessing Standards Board purview now isn't going to stay there, certification rules and disciplinary rules are going to move over to that new board. But the standards under which assessing is conducted, that you review your records, that your values fall within certain ranges, those would stay on the Assessing Standards Board side.
Follow-up?
So it's possible I'm starting to get a hold of this. So the existing board now, which is the Assessing Standards Board, is that really focused more on what municipalities are doing? And because you're telling me, they have to do the reassessment every 5 years, and not so much on the people who are doing it?
Well,
the qualified people who are doing the assessment?
So today it's both. Both what work the municipalities do, and also the qualifications of the individual. What we're proposing is that the qualifications, the certification of the individuals be moved over to that independent board, and the other duties stay with the Assessing Standards Board.
Thank you very much. Other questions? All right, thank you for your testimony.
Okay, I did just have a couple of notes that I had that I didn't address yet, if I could do a follow-up.
Yes, follow-up.
So, one of the things I wanted to mention in talking with my peers is that we kind of view sometimes that there might be a conflict of interest with the way it's set up today with the Department of Revenue. And we feel this would take that out entirely between the Department of Revenue and their employees and the assessing individuals out there that are certified.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Carolyn Lear.
Good morning, Carolyn Lear. I'm the Assistant Commissioner at the Department of Revenue. I'm honestly really here at your pleasure for your questions if you have them, but I would take a second of liberty just to emphasize that assessors play a hugely important role in administering the state property tax. Certainly, from the state's perspective, the state has a direct interest in ensuring that those who perform the assessments for purposes of property taxes are qualified to do that role, very specifically with respect to the $363 million in SWEPT that gets assessed every year, but also with respect to the over $4 billion of local property taxes that get assessed each year. Property taxes are by far the largest revenue stream in the state, the next being the business tax, which is only $1 billion and only hit the $1 billion mark within the last year. So I would just encourage you, as you are considering this policy decision, to think about just how important the role of assessor certification is. Otherwise, the only other note I would make, and Mr. Gagné did refer to it briefly, there is another bill coming from the Senate, Senate Bill 53, which is a more exacting attempt to make the assessor certification records public. As some of you may have encountered, the Department of Revenue has a pretty broad confidentiality statute that makes pretty much everything that the department does confidential, absent an exception, and Senate Bill 53 would make an exception to our broad confidentiality statute relative to assessor certification records. And if that were to pass, we would have no problem sharing those records freely. It's really a statutory issue currently that prevents us from sharing both certification records as well as disciplinary records. With that, I'm happy to answer any of the committee's questions.
Thank you. I take it the department is not opposed to creating a new board about assessor certification?
Thank you for the question. No, the department does not take a position on this legislation, opposed or in favor.
All right, thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Lear? All right. Representative Saitek.
Doesn't SB 53 take care of this situation? Why do we even have this bill if SB 53 takes care of the confidentiality, the transparency issue that Mr. Gagné raised as the principal motive impetus for the bill?
I'm not sure I could answer that question.
Other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. Scott Bartlett.
I do have some written testimony. Who should I give that to? Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Scott Bartlett. I am the assessor for the town of Goffstown. I'm not taking a position on this bill, one way or the other. If this is done properly, I don't really believe it makes a difference to me whether I am being certified by the Department of Revenue or a certification board. I do have some concerns with the way this bill is written. My first and most major concern has to do with transition. As I read the bill, it does appear that on January 1st, 2023, if this bill were to pass, no one in the state would be certified. I do not believe there is time to get this in place in less than a year and have all the certifications be renewed. There's no grandfather clause in this. There's no transition from current certification to the new certification board. Right now I am a certified New Hampshire supervisor, or assessor supervisor. My term runs out in 2024. But if this bill were to pass, I believe that on January, or actually it would be December 31st of the end of this year, I would no longer be certified, that's a concern. Because I'm looking to protect my town of Goffstown, to make sure that on January 1st of next year, I can continue to do my job. So I believe at the very least there would need to be some type of a grandfathering clause, some way to transition smoothly from the DRA to this new board. The other concern I have is with the definition of the 3 assessor members on this board. It's very broad. It has no limitations as to who they should be. As I read it, I believe you could have 3 DRA employees as the 3 assessors. I don't believe that would happen, but the way the bill is written, that could happen. So I would recommend that there be some clarification as to who those members should be. In my opinion, you should have a city assessor employed by a city, a town assessor employed by a town, and maybe a contracted assessor. But again, those are just my suggestions and for making this bill a little bit better. The third issue that I looked at was the number of public members. Now, it was already mentioned here that there seems to be a difficulty of getting public members to attend meetings. I also was concerned about the number of public members. I did look at a lot of the other boards in the state of New Hampshire, and remember, this is a professional licensing board, not a standards board similar to what the Assessing Standards Board is. This deals with professionals, and the vast majority of the other boards in this state, the professionals are the majority of those boards. That is not the case with this particular board. The other thing I noticed that the public members in every board I looked at were less than the professional members. In this case, it's the same number. The one thing I noticed that's missing is other professionals from different fields. So I would recommend possibly considering a certified appraiser, certified with the New Hampshire Real Estate Appraiser Board, and maybe even a real estate broker or agent. These are individuals who are not assessors. They don't understand exactly what we do, but they're in very similar fields, and they would have a lot of input, and I think they would be a great asset to this board. Again, as I said, I'm not opposed to the general idea of this, but I do believe this particular bill needs some work. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Will you take questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Shua.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last name. I guess it's on your paper
Yeah,
here.
Bartlett, B-A-R-T-L-E-T-T.
Are you familiar with the Senate bill that was mentioned?
I have heard of that as well. I do believe, I'll be honest with you, I will support that particular bill.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bartlett, thank you for taking my question. You said there would be a vacancy if this bill becomes enacted from the start date. Trying to look it up right now. But there would be leeway. Nobody would be certified. How long is the certification, like as a gentleman as yourself, to get yourself up to speed if this bill was enacted?
I'm not sure.
Okay, what I mean is you said if this bill is enacted, nobody would be certified. Okay, you would have to get recertified, people would have to get certification. How long does that take?
I'm not exactly sure how long it would take, because again, this bill is kind of vague as to how that board is created. So a lot of it has to do with how quickly the positions get filled. I mean, no one can be certified until there's a board to start with. So on January 1st of next year, has this board already been created? Will the governor have had time to put those members in? If not, there's no one there to certify me. I mean, typically the process with a board that is up and going, I am also a certified appraiser. with the Real Estate Appraiser Board. That process is very quick, very efficient, but that board has been up and running for a number of years. So a year from now, or 2 years from now, I don't believe there'll be much delay. It's just that in that transition period, getting the board created, getting everybody on board, determining what the qualifications are, that's not addressed here. So I'm just concerned with that 1 to 2 year period of transitioning from one to the other.
Follow-up?
Follow-up?
Okay, with that stated, in looking at, and I have yet to see it, but looking at Senate Bill 53, that is addressed in that Senate bill then?
Well, the Senate bill is different in that it's changing the confidentiality of the DRA. Has nothing to do with creating a licensing board.
Okay.
There would be no issue there because we're not, in that case, if that bill were passed and this one were not, in that case, we wouldn't have to transition because we would still be certified through the DRA.
Very good, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Representative Marsh?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I don't know if you have a copy of the bill in front of you. If you don't, you might need to get one. My question is, would your concerns about the transition period be adequately addressed if we just changed the effective date of Section 5 of the bill, which is when the certification changes to the new board, to an effective date 2 years hence? And that way the board can be set up and everybody will know when the new board will take effect, and we can continue to operate under the old board in the meantime.
I do believe that would take care of a lot of the concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Fellows?
Thank you. Can you just tell us about what the qualifications are? You know, I don't need too technical. The qualifications to be an assessor?
Okay. Well, first of all, there's a number of different categories. I am a Assessor Supervisor, which is the highest category of certification for an assessor. In order to be a supervisor, I need 5 years of experience in assessing. I need, I don't know the exact hours, but I believe it's around 300 hours of education. I need to, there's a couple of other, I need to have worked on a revaluation. I need to have testified in court for assessing purposes. The qualifications are fairly extensive. It isn't something that someone can come off the street and be an assessor tomorrow. It takes time. The lowest level of certification is a measurer and lister. That I believe is, I think, 160 hours of being supervised. Thank you. And then there's different levels. There's an assessor trainee, and then there's an assessor, and then the final step would be a supervisor. So each step has education requirements, has experience requirements. Something that has just been initiated, to be a supervisor, you now have to pass a test. Many of us that are assessor supervisors are also certified New Hampshire assessors, which we've already taken a test. I took a test in order to become a CNHA, Certified New Hampshire Assessor. Again, that's another question I have as far as the transition. Do I have to take that test again? If I have to, I will. But these are some of the questions that I have.
Representative Pearson?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bartlett, for coming up from Goffstown for this. As the chairman of the subcommittee on licensing, we look at all kinds of things that need little tweaks and twists to work. I'm wearing a pen out right now. Okay, so if this was to go to interim study and we actually took a look at this more in the off season, so to speak, would that be something you'd be willing to contribute to help assist with the clearly gaps that have existed in just your that you've brought up in your testimony so far?
Yes, sir, most definitely.
Thank you. Representative Marsh?
Madam Chair, you already took my question. I'm fine.
Any other questions? Representative Broda?
So I just took a quick look at Senate Bill 53. And Senate Bill 53 seems to address the conflict of interest of confidentiality with the DRA through statute, as opposed to creating a board to do that. Would that be a correct understanding?
Again, I wasn't part of writing of either of these bills. My understanding of it, it does address the confidentiality issue. I do believe there is not the only issue. I believe that one of the other concerns that people have had about the DRA being the licensing board or the certification board is that they're also certifying their own employees. That particular bill would not take care of that issue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But you did say you would support Senate Bill 53, and you have no position on this one.
That is correct.
Last question. So I'm trying to understand why that is.
Well, personally, I have no issue with the Department of Revenue. It's a more personal in my opinion. I understand some of the issues that others are bringing up, but to me, whether I'm being certified by the Department of Revenue Administration or a licensing board, it's not going to impact me directly. Therefore, that's the reason I'm neutral on this bill.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Lori Ortolano.
Lori Ortolano. I don't know if I'm the only citizen speaking today as a citizen on this issue. I live in Nashua, and I'm providing testimony in support of creating this certification or this discipline and certification board for assessors. Mr. Gagne indicated that there was some citizen support and citizen concerns addressing this, and I would be one of those citizens. New Hampshire has a very high reliance on property tax to fund the government, and these assessors play a critical role in creating fair and equitable assessments, and all of this depends on transparency. When the Department of Revenue is the agency that is providing the review of these assessors and handling the complaints, it presents a potential conflict of interest. And the second issue you heard was that these complaints were being maintained in confidentiality, not released to the public. And Senate Bill 53 will take care of that, and I'm in full support of that. You know, I'd like to speak to some of the questions I heard raised here as a citizen because I feel I'm more free to speak to them. One member asked, could you give me a candid reason why this is being done? And I think the candid reason is you have the fox guarding the hen house here. When the DRA serves as the agency for oversight alone, without assessors, they have assessors who work for them under their control, under their leadership, under their management. The formal complaint process for bringing a complaint against an assessor is called a PA 71 form. Can be filled out by any citizen who wants to raise a complaint to the DRA regarding an assessor, most of them in a municipality. But if you raise that complaint against an internal assessor at the DRA, now the DRA has to look at the internal assessor's work that they were overseeing and make a judgment on whether they were in Chairman Gagné mentioned that there's a potential conflict of interest here. I agree. By setting up the OPLC board and setting it up to have citizens, assessors, and and the commissioner of the DRA or a designee, you have a more balanced board. One gentleman, Mr. Bartlett, who just spoke, mentioned he was concerned about board balance. Too many citizens. If I read the bill correctly, one of those citizens could have an assessing background or have a background in appraising. So as it stands now, it's a 7-member board. 4 could be and would be associated with some or have knowledge of assessing. 2 of the citizens may potentially not. I don't consider that too unbalanced. As it stands now, the 15-member board of the Assessing Standards Board, the ASB, pretty large. I wouldn't want to keep it under that board at that size because I think it's too big a board. I like consolidating it down to a 7-member board. I think it's more effective. Now, as it stands now, there are only 3 citizens on that 15-member board. 1 seat's been vacant for 3 years, maybe going on 4. You know, myself and other people have argued for a while that there are not enough citizens on that board. That board was really set up to be a more balanced board, overseeing and providing input on certification of assessors, allowing the public to have a part of it, and assessors as well, and municipalities. And the public ended up playing a pretty small role, and right now it's 2 public members to 14 committee members, and I think the public voice there is too small. So so I think the balance in what's proposed on this board is pretty good. I think by creating, so I'm not certain that I think that this needs to stay with the ASB. The ASB serves as an arm of the DRA, creating all of these regulations for municipalities less focused on the individual assessor. When there is an individual assessor issue, it goes to the DRA. But the DRA operates on their own outside of any oversight at all. An interesting thing is the OPLC handles certification for appraisers. There are a number of municipalities that have certified appraisers in their city government. We have one in Nashua. If you have if I had a complaint against that appraiser/assessor, and I filed that complaint, it would go to the OPLC. If it was found justified, it would be released publicly. So right now, the appraisers in municipalities will have any disciplinary action that was actually taken against them a part of public record. But those that are not licensed appraisers and are only certified assessors are allowed to maintain confidentiality of those issues. And I am a person who filed PA 71s down in Nashua against several assessors. Sanctions were found. And shockingly to me, when I read the RSA, I thought, I'm just a citizen, I thought they were going to be public. The ASB board thought and believed at that time that they were public. Nobody really realized they weren't public until I had kind of pushed the issue. And then I learned that they couldn't be released. The DRA sent me a nameless sheet of all of the infractions they found that had occurred, but they wouldn't identify who they were applied to. Now, I knew who I had submitted my PA 71s against, and I could track my claims versus what was found, but I really didn't have a right to make it a public record. I couldn't say that I discovered anything. And when those sanctions came out, our mayor of the city announced that they were minuscule issues, insignificant and not important. Just brushed them off as some lady complaining about nothing. How dare she? So I was so disappointed that 2 years of work to try and validate that things weren't right in an office got swept under the rug by the municipality. The items that Mr. Bartlett brought up, I think they're reasonable. I would say, I would like this not to be killed. I'd like it to be studied further if that's what it needs, and tweaked as far as, all assessors becoming decertified instantly. Well, let's put a grandfather clause in there. This isn't rocket science here. We've started other oversight groups that have been part of the OPLC, and there's a startup mechanism, and let's make certain that language is folded into our bill. And let's, clarify the assessors who are on that board to look at complaints or certification that comes forward. I think it's very important. So I very much support this, and I support it as a citizen, not tippy-toeing around the fact that the DRA has my certification, and I have to be careful about what I say, but I really think you have the fox guarding the hen house here, and you need to broaden that a little bit. And Representative O'Brien here raised a very, very valid point. People complain all the time about assessors. How do we protect them? We protect them by only releasing information that is actually a sanction. The ones that are not found valid will never be released. It should not. So, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Okay, this will be going to subcommittee, and I hope we will be able to do something with it.
Thank you.
Jim Michaud?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. In light of the prior testimony and your comments just now, I'm just going to provide my written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your efficiency. We will read your testimony. Okay. Does anyone else wish to testify on House Bill 1552? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and send it to the Subcommittee on Licensing. And I'll open the public hearing on whatever our next bill is. On House Bill 314. Okay, Representative Nunes, how nice to see you. You're going to fill out a pink card after you've done testifying, right?
I will. I forgot to fill out the pink card. Thank you, Madam Chair. Should I begin?
Please.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, it's so good to see all of you. I did send in a written testimony this morning to everyone. If you didn't get it in your email inbox yet, it will be there. And Madam Chair, I can provide a hard copy for the folder if I can approach afterwards. Madam Chair and committee members, thank you for hearing my presentation today for House Bill 314 as amended relative to homestead food operation licensure. Excuse me. This bill is being presented as amended by the Health and Human Services Committee. It was originally presented last session and was actually a much bigger bill than this. However, it was retained and thankfully assigned to a subcommittee. I worked with that subcommittee, and we came to an agreement to keep the most important part of the bill through an amendment. This agreement was bipartisan and unanimous in the subcommittee, in which the subcommittee brought the amended bill to the committee, and it was passed unanimously and placed on the consent calendar, and now we're here for our second committee hearing in the House. What we've done is we've narrowed this bill down to allow an increase in the amount of gross sales for homestead goods produced by homesteaders from $20,000 to $35,000. We felt that at this time, meaning over the past few years, that homesteaders have suffered greatly, particularly during the pandemic, when sales were stifled because of farmer market shutdowns, and when farm stands were not visited by customers due to either a COVID restriction or safety needs. Our homestead vendors lost out. Goods that had been prepared for sale were discarded. No new sales were achieved in numerous cases. And now that we're rolling along in our economy, the price and expense of these products that it takes for a homestead vendor to even make their goods at home have now been inflated by 200 to 300% in some cases. That leaves the net profit much less than ever before. Many homestead kitchens, their sales are a great supplement to the households of these folks. They depend on the sales to add to their income. The products they sell are potentially non-hazardous goods and are regulated by the Department of Health and Human Services. Nothing in this amended bill changes any of that. We're only changing the gross sales amount. We would like to be able to give the homestead community some COVID relief or economic relief, either way you want to go with it, to help get them back to where they were and to help to afford, for them to afford to create the products that they make and still be able to make a meager amount for those sales. I ask the committee to consider this bill and vote for the ought to pass as amended so that we can move this bill onto the next phase with our friends from the other body. Let's help our homesteaders. I'm more than willing to take any questions.
Well, thank you. I have a question. Do you know at what date the $20,000 exemption was put into law?
I do not know, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. I do not know the exact date, but it was many years ago. And this bill, similar bills, even for this amount, have come up several times in the past and haven't been able to quite make it through the process. I'm hoping that we'll understand that prices go up and these folks need to be able to adjust with the times.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the question is more to you as to why is this bill before the committee? What are we reviewing?
Actually, I believe it came to us from its original incarnation as a major licensing issue. And I didn't catch it in time when it passed the House that it had been amended such that it's really not our bailiwick.
Thank you.
And a fellow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My only question has to do with the food. I just want to get a sense of like what's covered and not covered, because it says some foods are excluded because they're potentially hazardous. So I'm thinking of the things I might see at the farmer's market.
Representative Fellows, that's the current law and the current definitions, and this bill does nothing to change it.
Well,
and I believe the hazardous materials are things like meat.
Hazardous food.
Yeah, well, raw fish, I think, are qualified. I don't know for sure.
Madam Chair, do you want me to speak to that?
If you like, briefly.
Real quickly. There's a difference. HHS website has a list of the potentially hazardous and non-hazardous foods there. I didn't include it in with this because the bill is amended no longer talks about any of that. We're only talking about the gross sales amount.
Representative Marsh and then Schuett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out that food protection comes under the bailiwick of the HHS committee, and this was discussed quite extensively in the prior hearing and really doesn't come in our jurisdiction. So thank you for that.
Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is probably more for you also. This seems to be now a matter, since Health and Human Services was the original committee, it seems more a matter of the amount involved, which seems like it should have gone to Ways and Means. Is there some way we could involve?
No, it would not go to Ways and Means. It's not this is a raising the threshold under which one is exempt from the licensing requirement. It
Okay,
doesn't
thank
change
you.
what the licensing requirement is, it just says, under this sales level, you don't have to get licensed.
Thank you.
So it is sort of a licensing issue.
Madam Chair, that's exactly correct. The licensing, homesteaders are allowed to prepare from a home kitchen as a home kitchen is set up. Licensing comes in when the production of that food outgrows the home kitchen and they have to buy commercial, appliances and things to produce that. And then they need to be inspected by HHS to make sure they're following all the rules.
And I know that the non-hazardous foods includes things like apple pies and cookies.
Correct. If it has a cover over the top of it, nothing that can sit out in the air and potentially get bacteria on it.
Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking the question. I understand what you're trying to do. Tell me why you went with 35,000 from 20,000. Is that negotiable, or do you have a reason for that particular number?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. We originally talked about $50,000, but realized that a 75% increase on 20,000, even though through inflationary measures, would probably be a more acceptable standard.
Other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll approach with the copies for the folder.
I don't have any cards, so is there anyone else who would wish to testify on House Bill 314? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on House Bill 314. Yes, Representative Lekes? I suppose so. Representative Lekes would like to go into executive session and makes a motion of?
I think since it's already been amended and passed the House, it would be OTP, is that correct?
Unless you have another amendment.
No, my motion is ought to pass.
Representative Marsh seconds that.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Representative Lekes, seconded by Representative Marsh. Would you wish to speak to your motion?
I think the discussion we just heard covers it.
Representative Marsh?
Yes, I just would like to add that the statute was last amended in 2014 and increasing the gross sales amount of $20,000 to $35,000, reflective of the increase in prices, particularly of food over the last 7 years, is both appropriate and since I represent a very rural district in New Hampshire, would be appreciated by many of my constituents. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on the bill? All right. Seeing none, I will actually say that that's 8 years at this point, but we'll go with that. All right. In that case, the motion is ought to pass by Representative Lekes, seconded by Representative Marsh. The clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson?
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich?
Yes.
Representative Lekes?
Yes.
Representative Allegro?
Yes.
Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Lanzara?
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso?
Yes.
Representative Goley?
Yes.
Representative Schuett?
Yes.
Representative, were you in? That was not in the room. Representative Marsh?
Votes yes.
Representative Fellows?
Yes.
Representative Grota?
Yes.
Representative O'Brien?
Yes.
The chair?
Yes.
16-0.
The vote being 16-0, the motion passes. Without objection, we'll put it on consent. And we are off until the next hearing at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Here's the pink card. this is from Lanzar from the subcommittee. He gave it to me.
John keeps all the paper.
You mean I stacked the papers?
Yes, sir.
Though I appreciate the rapidity of going into executive session, perhaps it might be wise that if we do have a member that has stepped out and not realized, that we should maybe have someone run out and go, hey, you know, it's.
Good point. I'm sorry I missed that.
I mean, I wasn't even thinking, but just for the sake of, just, you know, this is really not how we've normally done things.
No.
So I'm ready with the amendment for this, if you want to exec this afternoon. And I gave everybody a copy last week, and I have a few extra here, so.
I have the copy. Okay, well, if we have time.
Right. Yeah, just let me know.
Well, I'm not gonna be in the chair all afternoon. I'm the co-sponsor of all, sponsor or co-sponsor of all those bills. I get the afternoon off, so to speak.
Sort of.
Speaking of which, you and I are going to get the building code update,
Yeah, okay.
and
Look,
we need to add in the
Oh.
electrical code, which was overlooked.
okay, oh, I gotta talk to Grota because massage parlors, we need an amendment on that.
Well, we can just ITL it, if she doesn't come up with it.
I'm sorry?
We'll just ITL it if she can't come up with it.
It's fine by me. What were we going to do? Yeah, we were going to just make, let me, license, or say that anybody, local option and anybody who is licensed, you have the right to inspect their premises.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It being 1 o'clock, I will open the hearing for House Bill 1681 relative to the State Building Code. The committee will recognize Chairman McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Carol McGuire, representing Merrimack 29, which is the towns of Allenstown, Epsom, and Pittsfield. And House Bill 1681 is a recommendation of the committee to study changes to the State Building Code, of which I had the honor to serve. So what it does is it updates the building code to the 2018 version from 2015 with the amendments adopted by the Building Code Review Board, which in most cases are the amendments we made to the 2015 building code just brought forward, like the elimination of the sprinkler requirements for 1 and 2 family homes and other issues that are unique to New Hampshire. There are a couple of other items. For example, where are we at there? Section 4 says that if you apply for a building permit at the time the building code is changing, you can use either the old or the new plan as long as you tell your whoever's granting your building permit which version you're using. And you have to meet all the requirements of that code. So you can either design your building for the more up-to-date version or stick with the older one, your choice, but you have to decide and you have to say so. That was a request of the builders who say that, well, we spend a lot of time designing and working on it, and the building permit may not be pulled until just before you start construction. And so you wouldn't want to have to go back and completely redo your plans as a result of a code change when you're 90% of the way through. All right, what else is there? Section 11, which starts on line 17 on page 2, incorporates the relaxation of the arc fault requirements that we adopted, I think it was 3 years ago. And it keeps us from having unnecessary arc fault circuits that would trip unnecessarily and in many cases to a great inconvenience to people that are powering major medical devices on those circuits. But we approved that change, and so this just brings it forward. Section 6 says that local legislative changes to the building code for their town shall be submitted to the State Building Code Review Board for informational purposes. And the Building Code Review Board is intending to keep a database of which local amendments are in place because it's extremely difficult to find that out right now. Okay. The Section 7 biomass burning boilers and log structures just incorporates into the building code some specific items that we have approved in the past. What else there? Okay, and Section 8, which starts on line 15 on page 3, requires the Building Code Review Board to review a new version of the building code and recommend adoption with amendments for legislative approval approximately every 3 years. The code changes every 3 years. We fell almost 12 years behind before we adopted the 15, and it was a great difficulty for everybody involved to keep up with it. So now that we're on the 15, This bill will move it up to the 18 schedule, and in 3 years or so, they'll be reviewing the 2021 codes with an eye to adoption and what amendments we need. The reason to stay 3 years behind is that when the codes are first published, there are frequently errors and vagueness and omissions that need to be fixed. So we'll let the more forward-thinking and larger states with bigger staffs go through and find these issues, and then we'll adopt them after a couple of years. And what's that? That's about it. If you have questions, I'll try to answer them. We've got some real experts behind me that could answer the technical questions.
Representative Lekes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there a document or list that kind of gives a summary of the changes from the 2015 to 2018 building codes available someplace?
I know there is because they provided it to the Committee on Updates. I have a copy of it at home. I didn't bring it with me. You can ask the Building Code Review Board people for it.
Follow-up? Actually, another question. There's two sections, on page 3, starting at line 4 and line 12, there's similar language that's struck out. I'm just not clear to me what the effect is of doing that.
It's struck out because right now it says they shall be ratified by appropriate legislation. That has been done already, and this bill just incorporates it into the previous approval that's on page 1.
Okay, thank you.
Before I go, I have a confession. It turns out that when we drafted this bill and it was reviewed by half a dozen people in the field, we neglected to include an update to the state fire code, which had been intended, and I'm working on an amendment to add it back in. That was everybody involved read the bill and said, yep, that's good, and didn't notice the fire code hadn't been included. So I apologize abjectly, and I will get the amendment. So you can ask people about it. Everyone else here knows about that omission, and it was intended to be included from the beginning. We just forgot to put it in writing.
Are there any further questions for the representative? Oh, Representative Grota?
Thank you. Representative McGuire, I'm going back to the part of the bill that talks about a period of overlap between the two. So, if someone were to say that they're going to adopt the let's say it's now, and they're going to adopt the 2015 codes.
I'm sorry, Representative Grota, but that's not possible. You can either adopt the code as it is approved, or you can adopt the newer version, but you can't go back to the 15 code.
Oh, I see. So, how much what is the period of, when you say a 6-month overlap, that means that if they use the previous code, they've got 6 months to finish their project?
No, they, building permits to be issued.
Thank you.
Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a great opportunity when Representative McGuire's in the hot seat here. On page 2, and I'm intimately familiar with your husband's background. Page 2 here, we're talking about with the National Electric Code. There seems to be no love for arc fault circuit interrupters. What is the what's the background as to why those are specifically mentioned in?
It's because I believe it was the version after the 14, which would probably be the 17, I think. At some point after the 14 code, there was a requirement for arc fault interrupter circuits to be installed in many places in the house. The problem is that in most electrical appliances are not entirely compatible with arc fault circuits. So when your refrigerator turned on, or your dryer or whatever, it would blow the circuit. And that caused a great deal of trouble for people, particularly if they got something sensitive that's also on the circuit. And so we passed a law saying you can't, that's not a requirement. If you want details, there are people here who know them much more than I do. I just remember that it was specifically approved in statute that you don't have to, that you could back off from the requirement for arc fault circuits all over the place.
Are there any further questions? No? Thank you, Representative McGuire. Do we have any cards? Okay. Are there any members of the public that wish to testify on this bill? If you, or state agencies, if you could, oh, there we go, there's our cards. They're coming, John. Right. The committee recognizes Mr. Toomey. State Fire Marshal.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Just to be brief, I just asked, shared with some written testimony to be passed around. The State Fire Marshal's Office supports the adoption of the 2018 building and fire codes. I apologize for us missing the fire code portion. Many of us stakeholders have been part of this through the summer and over the last few years, working to improve the overall process. But I think we've got a good plan in place to stay one code cycle behind, or 3 years now, and there's great stakeholder input work, and many of them are behind me today. But our office has been working with the Board of Fire Control specifically on the fire code since for the past 2 years. The Board of Fire Control and my office have been reviewing any proposed amendments and looking at change documents between the 15 edition of NFPA 1, which is the Uniform Fire Code, and the 2015 edition of the Life Safety Code, and comparing that to what changes would be in place in the 2018 codes. We had multiple public hearings. We worked with the stakeholder groups and had a hearing in January 27th, 2021, and out of that came 9 amendments, which are summarized on the back of this document, which we believe should be moved forward as the New Hampshire amendments for the New Hampshire State Fire Code. In summary, many of them are carry-forward amendments that we've had since earlier editions of the code. They're currently in place in the 15 code. There's some new requirements that came into play on the 2018 Life Safety Code and NFPA 1 relative to fall protection. We believe those are addressed well in the ADA and also the building code, and we didn't feel it was necessary to also have them in the Life Safety Code and the Fire Code, because in some instances it conflicted with the already existing codes. We adjusted some requirements around sprinkler protection for the educational occupancies to align better with the building code. We adjusted some requirements on minimum inspection frequencies for existing occupancies. We have in place now requirements for regular inspections for assembly occupancies and educational occupancies in statute. This, if adopted, would require inspections for everything, all occupancies other than single-family homes, on a regular basis based on risk. And we felt that made sense to have that at the local level to decide what the requirements are. And we suggested that language be changed from a shall to a may, so that the framework was there, but it could be addressed at the local level if they wanted to do that. We brought some carry-forward amendments and some adjustments to the consumer fireworks stores, and also provide some flexibility for minimum professional qualifications for inspectors, plans examiners, and fire marshals, or fire inspectors. The way the language read in NFPA 1 was that these would, any of the inspectors or any of the plans examiners would require certain professional qualifications that would be mandatory in order for them to do their jobs. Well, we think that's a wonderful move forward to advance the trades in the profession, but it's especially for the smaller departments, it's very difficult to attain those. So we wanted to have that language in there, but not make it mandatory at this point in time. So sort of a summary of where we were at with the petitions. In general, on the back to the building code side, we have been part of those conversations, and we've been present at the building code review board. I'll let the people behind me speak more specifically to that, but we do support the advancement of both the building and the fire codes to 2018 edition. Thank you.
No questions? Thank you very much. Mr. Rancourt?
We shuffle.
There we go. Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and Board. My name is Stephen Rancourt. I'm a licensed electrician in the state of New Hampshire and also the Executive Director of the ECBA, the Electrical Contractors Business Association. We're here to support this bill in part the way it's written in the updating of the codes. We went through a long process of looking through the 2020 NEC, through the state building code subcommittees, and trying to amend it as necessary, and we think that this should clear up any issues and go forward. The one concern that you had when you talked about the arc faults was that it originally when it was put in and we addressed the issue at the time, it was the 2017 code that was being addressed. Obviously, as we've seen in a lot of legislature now, we try to clean up the code so it doesn't have to come back every cycle to be fixed. This would correct that issue. A lot of arc faults, and I'm sure a lot of people here will remember, don't want to get back into it, but there's a long history in it, causing a lot of issues, and this was just expanding it beyond a level that was already there. So this would just simply make it consistent with that prior to 2017 going forward until they can get some more data. And as an organization, as an electrician, we support this bill going forward.
No questions? Oh, Representative Pearson?
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Rancourt, for taking my question. I'm a former technical advisor for the NFPA, so I'll just ask you this. With your organization's issues with specifically this part of the standard, are you involved in the process to amend or bring forward to the NFPA committee the concerns in reference to that? Because if we're bringing this concern of another cycle forward, right, this can't be unique to New Hampshire. The industry is going to, I would presume, is dealing with this in other avenues. So for the NEC not to take action or to modify it, how am I to think that something unique is happening in New Hampshire that's not necessarily happening in a frequency enough to modify the code between editions?
Well, with all due respect, I would say that it is happening across the country. And if you look, you'll see what model codes have been adopted across the state. I think there's only, and I'm not exactly sure, like 6 or 12 that have adopted the 2020 so far out of 50 states. And a lot of them still stay backwards on the arc faults. The problem that happens, and we're okay with the arc fault technology, so to speak, but they don't require the manufacturers to make the products work with the arc faults. So I'm familiar with the co-making process with the NFPA, and it's very difficult to get that information and the everyday problems solved sometimes. So that's why this amendment was put in, because literally the code says that we have to put in per manufacturer's instructions, and I can give you a copy of a manufacturer's instruction that says don't put it on arc fault or ground fault. So that's just one example. People buy expensive microwaves and dishwashers and stoves and refrigerators, and the sub-zero refrigerators don't work on the arc faults, but yet we have to put them in. There's no standard. To be honest with you, the problem is there's no standard for arc faults. If there was, and then every manufacturer had to work to that standard, we wouldn't have this issue. But every manufacturer can make their own version of an arc fault. So it's across the board. And when people call you up and they say, my breaker keeps tripping and I can't do anything because the code requires us to put it in. So this gives us alleviates some of the issues. Remains it to the bedrooms and places like that, and locations that are the most common for fires and don't usually have those appliances per se in them, if that helps.
Thank you. That was a extraordinarily well done explanation. Thanks.
See no further,
I think you have one more over here.
sorry, Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is along the arc fault line. Kind of help me out a bit. I think if I was wiring a house, which I would never do, but anyways, I grew up in the Boston area where the same plug that ran the refrigerator ran the transistor radio in the front of the apartment. But the thing is today, now an electrician will wire a separate wire just for the refrigerator, am I correct, or the microwave and the appliance, and they may not have to be protected by arc fault, is that correct?
Correct. They'll run a separate circuit to those higher appliances.
Right.
And to try to create that, and the amount of circuits that are put into a house nowadays are a lot more than what they used to be, so that alleviates a lot of the problem, but being on that and tripping, if someone has a refrigerator and it trips the arc fault, and just because of the refrigerator itself, nothing else really wrong with it, because of the frequency that with the arc fault trip, they lose everything in the refrigerator in the middle of the summer or something like that, so.
Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Mr. Sherman?
My elastic gave up right at the right time. My name is Philip Sherman. I'm the chair of the Building Code Review Board. Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you for listening to me here. I'm speaking in favor of this bill. It's important that this bill be passed in order to adopt the various 2018 International Code Council codes, as well as the 2020 National Electric Code, and as well to ratify the various New Hampshire amendments which have been approved by the BCRB. This bill helps keep New Hampshire consistent with the desire to adopt model codes that have been published for 2 years and will ultimately help us to get onto a standard 3-year cycle. This bill corrects some language, as you've heard, regarding all arc fault circuit interrupters. It cleans up some language regarding the current BCRB review and approval process, which requires an amendment to await ratification by the legislature prior to becoming effective. Both HB 1681 and SB 398 provide for a 6-month grace period where the current code or the updated code may be used. The two bills used slightly different language to accomplish the same end, and we recommend that the language in HB 1681 be used, and I've submitted a comment to the Senate Committee on SB 398 to that effect. Further, the bill provides a 6-month grace period where the current or the updated code may be used at the discretion of the applicant. A point has been raised by one of our members that with the 60-day delay in the effective date of this bill, followed by the 6-month grace period, it starts to look more like an 8-month grace period. Given the fact that we're offering the grace period and to maintain the maximum flexibility for the users of the code, there may not be a need to delay the effective date of this bill for the full 60 days. There may be some minimum period that's necessary for other purposes. There's also some overlap between HB 1681 and SB 433 regarding the posting of municipal amendments. This bill maintains the current requirement that the BCRB post municipal amendments, which are forwarded to us only for informational purposes, and adds the provision that we do so only after the municipality tells us about them. SB 443 requires that the BCRB confirm municipal amendments prior to adoption by the local jurisdiction, and our proposed changes to SB 443 will coordinate that requirement with the requirement to post. We simply would ask that if SB 443 not move forward or not be passed, that we not lose the language that's currently in this bill, which simply protects us from the need to post something that we don't know about. In conclusion, we support this bill as written, but suggest a quicker effective date. I'll submit these comments in writing and happy to respond to any questions.
Representative Lekes?
Thank you. So same question I asked Chair McGuire, and that is there a summary of the changes between the current code and the code we're being asked to approve here?
So our board uses a series of committees for each code, and all of their work is posted on our website. Each committee submitted a short report, usually a page or two long, essentially summarizing their work, comparing the changes. Those also are on the website. All of the exhibits, which are an exhibit for each amendment that's being proposed, are likewise posted within that work. So there is not one complete summary, but there is a summary by code for the 8 codes we're talking about here.
Follow up? Can you please send an email to the committee pointing to those?
Happy to.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, we thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. McKinney?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is William McKinney. I'm the president of the New Hampshire Building Officials Association. The New Hampshire Building Officials Association represents over 200 code officials in the state, contractors, and licensed design professionals who are all involved with the state building code. New Hampshire Building Officials Association supports the adoption of the House Bill 1681 and moving forward to the 2018 codes. It's very important as a code official and for the state of New Hampshire and our municipalities that New Hampshire moves forward with getting onto a 3-year code cycle adoption. There's lots of technologies and advancements in the construction industry that the codes keep up with, and if we don't keep up with the codes, we fall behind. Also, by keeping up with the codes, you also help those communities stay up to date with their ISO ratings, if you're familiar with that. That's a rating for the insurance industry that helps to set the rates for property insurances. By the state falling behind in the building codes, the communities are affected, and it also affects those communities. It can affect those communities for the insurance rates. Two concerns were brought up today by other members here. The first is the 6-month delay. We support the 6-month delay, but we do have a concern with, as the bill is written, with the 60-day after passage. That would essentially make it an 8th-month delay as it's written right now. So we do support the 6-month delay that allows contractors, licensed design professionals to work on either the new code or the code existing for that period while they finish up their projects. And again, we also do support inclusion of the New Hampshire Fire Code in this bill. That's an important piece to make sure that the building codes and the fire codes move forward together for New Hampshire. And with that, I will entertain any questions.
Representative Sitek?
Mr. McKinney, would your goal be accomplished if we draft an amendment to this to make the delay 4 months plus 60 days after passage? If that, you'll still get your 6 months.
Correct. That I would leave that up to the committee, but yes, that would work fine.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Pollock?
There we go. You were just about to tell me. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Ari Pollock. I'm an attorney at the Gallagher firm in Concord. I'm here today as a lobbyist for the New Hampshire Home Builders. We do support the bill. We also support the amendment that the Fire Marshal's Office has discussed relating to the inclusion of the 2018 NFPA codes for New Hampshire. The home builders for a long period of time have been a stakeholder at both the Building Code Review Board and the Fire Control Board, and have worked on what has been described today as the carry forward amendments, so that compromises that were baked into the 2015 version of the code are now coming forward as amendments baked into the 2018 version of the code, so that if this bill passes as introduced, it would not only recognize an amendment to the definition of the state code, moving the 2015 versions to 2018, but it would bring forward those amendments that modify some of the language for its use in New Hampshire. We think those compromises are important, and it's the basis of our support for the bill and for the change from the 2015 to the 2018 codes. We also recognize the importance of what's been called the grace period, or in the bill, the concurrency period. We think that's an important measure to provide some protection to project designers, architects, project owners, general contractors who have been relying upon a certain version of the code in creating their project. Maybe there's reason to move forward in the code, give them that election, but also give them the protection of that concurrency period to stick with what they've been designing under, not knowing fully whether or not another version of the code would come in at a particular time. Otherwise, let me just conclude by saying that I've been doing this long enough to have seen the opposite process, where the stakeholders don't work well together. The process becomes rather broken down and unpleasant, and it's the opposite of what you're being presented with today. And there's quite a bit of credit to go around for the kumbaya you're seeing with everyone testifying in support of the bill, and no big mob in the back that's making angry faces at me. It's really well, maybe they are, I can't see, and I don't dare turn around. I'll hope for the best, but let me just say that there have been a core group of legislators that have really championed this cause. Chairman McGuire leading that pack, of course, Senator Carson on the Senate side, and others, but also the stakeholders that are in the room today, and of course folks from the Department of Safety and the Fire Marshal's Office. So happy to be part of the chorus and support the bill. Thanks very much.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for engaging in the humorous banter. Mr. McKinney? Oh, that's what I just had. Who did I just have, McKinney or Pollock?
We've already done McKinney.
Well, is there another one? Oh, all right. So I'm not exactly sure what this last name is, but is there a gentleman by the name of Chris that would like to testify?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Yes, my wife was hoping to meet a man named Smith, but unfortunately she married a man named Mr. Skoglund. I am the Director of Energy Transition with Clean Energy New Hampshire. I'm not going to take up too much of your time and just echo much of what Mr. Pollock said about really appreciating the work that's gone into this and being in general support of the bill. Clean Energy New Hampshire is a nonprofit, member-based organization. We are New Hampshire's leading clean energy advocate that's dedicated to supporting policies and programs that strengthen our state's economy by encouraging a transition to renewable energy and promoting energy efficiency. And we're particularly in support of the energy components that are within this bill. It would update us from the 2015 International Energy Conservation Code to the 2018 code, but with very little in the way of amendments that would reduce the efficiency of new buildings or significant renovations. In light of this winter, which has been actually as cold as winters had been in the past, and with the higher energy bills we're seeing because of changes in the global energy market and the draw of natural gas to other places, which have driven up prices overall, continuous improvement in our energy efficiency will insulate New Hampshire homeowners, renters, and businesses from any further changes or rises in energy costs, while also protecting them from energy costs during the summers, which have been warm and increasing in the cooling demand. So in general, we're in support of seeing the energy code included. In previous editions, it has been an area of concern for many of the stakeholders, but through the work of Chairman McGuire and Senator Carson, as well as the stakeholders behind us, we've been able to reach a process where we have found agreement on how to move forward on this code, in addition to all the others in sync. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions? Nope. Seeing none, thank you very much. Are there any other members from the public that wish to testify on House Bill 1681? Seeing none, we will close the hearing. Here we go. We will now open the hearing for House Bill 1191. The committee recognizes Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Carol McGuire, Merrimack District 29, which is Allenstown, Epsom, and Pittsfield. And House Bill 191 was put in at the request of a friend who had just bought a duplex and was renovating it as his primary residence. And as a retired electrician, he was going to do most of the electrical work himself, until he found out that he could not get a building permit to do that work because he was no longer licensed, he's retired, and it was a two-family, and therefore the homeowner's exemption does not apply. So that seemed a little much, so I put this in to exempt the two lines of work that homeowners can do around their house, that is mechanical and electrical, and expanded it to a single structure two-family home as well as a one-family. One concern that we had when we were talking about it is that the codes required him to turn his two-family home into a one-family home, thereby destroying a necessary dwelling unit, which is a concern. He was also hoping to rent the other side of the duplex. And then we have recently required towns to allow accessory dwelling units to be built. So that if, for example, you're sectioning off a part of your home for a caretaker or your grandparents or your grandchildren or whomever, you have to hire a licensed plumber and a licensed electrician to do the work, even though you could, before you subdivided, you could do it yourself. So that seemed incongruous to me. So I'm hoping to bring this to the attention of a lot of people to see if this is actually what we want to do regarding exemptions. The other thing is, when I was looking at the homeowners exemptions, I discovered the electrical code is pretty clear about it. The plumbing code, in its penalties for plumbing without a license, does not mention the exemptions that are in statute, like being a school of plumbing or a homeowner in your own building, whatever. So I changed the penalties to explicitly recognize the exemptions. And I will answer questions as I can. I believe there are some real experts behind me.
Representative McGuire, if I may ask a question real fast. So I recognize the homeowner living in one side of, let's say it's a duplex, and then wanting to rent out the other side. So was there any discussion when this bill was being drafted, what I'm going to call a loophole, as the person lives in the one side, does the work on both sides, and then a year later moves to Florida?
Well, since the personal working does not exempt anyone from the requirements for inspection of plumbing or electrical work, there was not any, that was mentioned, and we said, well, that's a rare occurrence. If we're getting the work done to code, which is one of the requirements, and it properly inspected, then we don't think there's an issue with it.
Thank you. Representative Marsh?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. My question regards the language on line 6 and line 17, where it's provided the person owns the entire structure. How does that interact with the fact that most people buy their houses using a mortgage and therefore may not actually own the structure in entirety at a certain point in time?
Well, I think you have a debt, but you're considered the owner even if you have a mortgage. And the point was raised that in some cases of duplexes, they're separate deeds, and one person can own one side and a different person can own the other side. And some of the people I talked to were concerned that the other owner might not be willing to have an unlicensed person working on their house, on the house that they shared a wall with, say.
Thank you for the clarification.
Representative Fellows?
Thank you. My question is just about, you mentioned something about like an ancillary structure on the property. So you could have a situation where somebody owns a home and they live in the house, but the garage is separate and there's an apartment in the garage. And when I read this, I would not think that the garage and the house are the same structure. So is it your intent that it applies to the garage apartment or not?
As written, it wouldn't, because unless the person was renovating the garage for an apartment with the intention of moving into the garage and giving let their kids have the house. But in general, if you have a standalone accessory dwelling unit, it would not be considered.
Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative McGuire, just so I'm understanding what was previously asked here, in the sense of a duplex that is owned, because it is an entire structure, that is owned by someone else on the other side, under the law, would that be viewed upon for this purpose as
No.
a single
No.
family? It would not.
No. It specifically says that the person owns the entire structure. So
Okay.
if you have a duplex.
And I get the definition of structure, believe me, but it's just that sometimes the words, we apply definitions to words that in the law don't necessarily mean what they think they mean, and that's my purpose of clarification.
No, it's that, the intent would be that if you have a duplex that is owned by, a single structure duplex owned by two entities, this exemption would not apply.
Thank you. And I have a second question.
Follow-up?
Thank you. It's not really a follow-up. Second line of questioning. The accessory dwelling unit, which has become and is gaining popularity here, does that, because I'm not familiar with how accessory dwelling units are classified, and this may be for you or not, but does that now count as a two-family, or does that specifically maintain its status as a single-family residence with the inclusion of an accessory dwelling, in-law apartment, if you will?
I'm sure that there are details of it that I'm not familiar with, but my understanding is that you are creating a separate dwelling unit within your house. You're converting your house from a one-family to a two-family by putting in an ADU. And if I'm wrong, then that eliminates some of the need for this bill, but
I'm not getting any head nods behind you in either direction, so I
think we will ask other people if they know to please
Okay.
speak up on this. I am not an expert.
Representative Bailey?
Thank you, Madam. Many of your examples featured electrical examples, and yet electrical's not in here. It's all plumbing.
Electrical is section 3. Starting on line 14.
I see.
Yes.
Thank you.
But yes, there's, it applies to plumbing as well. Just that my friend who started this was a retired electrician.
Are there any further questions from any of the members? Thank you, Representative McGuire. Mr. Evans?
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Ted Evans. I'm a resident of Concord, New Hampshire, and I've spent a good part of the last 40 years of my career in building safety. I've been a building inspector, I've been a plumbing inspector, I've been a contractor, and I actually came to New Hampshire 50 years ago with a dream of building my own house and being able to do all the work associated with that house. So I'm a firm believer in, you know, New Hampshire's well-established right for homeowners to do their own work in their own single-family, detached, standalone structure. But I think that if we have to understand that people are permitted by law under certain exemptions, but they must comply with the code. The law doesn't say they have to get inspections. The code says we have to get inspections, but the code is not enforced in every community in New Hampshire. We have to remember that we have maybe 60–70% coverage in New Hampshire as far as permits and inspections for this kind of work, and a good part of New Hampshire has none. So when we allow people to do their own work, and we assume they're going to follow the code, we really have no way to verify that 100% of the time. My thinking is if we're going to expand this exemption, which has some merit, although I disagree, and I think you'll find a lot of people behind me opposed to this idea, simply because it's not safe. And if we allow this to happen in two-family homes, we're going to essentially double the risk without any increase in inspection performance or inspection responsibilities by these exempt people. And it's not just electricians putting a few receptacles in. It's not just plumbing putting a sink or a toilet in. And it's not just gas fitting putting boilers in that are fired by gas and emit dangerous carbon monoxide gases if not done properly. So there's a lot of risk. And the only way I can see justifying adding to this risk by expanding the exemption is by making sure that people get their work inspected and that it's found to be compliant with the code. That's the most important thing for building safety and people's safety. So how do we do that when we don't have coverage for municipal inspections? I think the law could state something to the effect that anyone exempt under these laws would require an inspection either by a municipal inspector or by some third-party inspector, and put that responsibility on the one who's exempt from the code to verify that they have followed the code and that they've been inspected to verify that. I think without that, we're really opening the doors to a Wild West situation, even worse than we have now. And trust me, I've seen many situations where homeowners got themselves into trouble with carbon monoxide exposures, with faulty plumbing, with backflow prevention. You know, backflow is contaminated water coming into the drinking water supply. So there's just too many dangers out there to ignore. And I do think while we're at it, if we're going to amend the exemptions, we ought to make them consistent from electrical, plumbing, and gas fitting. There's no reason why the exemptions should be unclear, which some of them are, and different depending on what trade you're in. So I think this bill needs a lot of work. I don't want to say I'm opposed to it, except that I'm opposed to it as written. The concept could work if we had a better level of safety and verification. I'd answer any questions.
Representative Sytek?
I've just learned something from you, and that's that you're telling me 60% of the state or somebody will come in and do the work supposedly according to the code, and it's not inspected. Is that right?
Well, I may have thrown out a number. I don't know that 60%, I was saying 60% is probably we are covered with inspections, but maybe 40% is done without inspections.
Well, whether you're licensed or not, if you're not inspected, I have trouble with that. The license doesn't mean anything. The inspection means something to me, but I'm not testifying, so thanks.
Representative Bailey?
Thank you. I made a mistake earlier in overlooking the electrical at the bottom. I draw your attention to lines 8 and 9 where they must use the applicable code, application, and inspection requirements? Wouldn't they have to have it inspected under that?
There are many towns, excuse me, but there are many towns in New Hampshire that have no code enforcement whatsoever. So how do they get those inspections?
Yeah, with or without a licensed electrician, yeah. Thank you.
Representative O'Brien?
You stimulated my mind, Representative Hill, with that particular question, but would it be true, sir, if something went awry, even though there's no building inspector in that particular community, and something went awry, that particular provider, if he's licensed, could risk losing his license if he wired or plumbed in something not by the current code, accepted by the state, correct?
Someone's license could be at risk if they did not follow the code, correct?
Any further questions from the members? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Trombley?
Sorry. All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Bill Trombley. I'm a owner of a Bill Trombley Plumbing Heating in Manchester, New Hampshire. I served on the mechanical board for many, many years, just getting off of it this last December. I'm also part of the Plumbers and Fuel Gas Association that represents about 300 licensees in the gas and plumbing industry. And as I put down on my slip that I'm representing myself, but I'm also representing the Gas Association, where as this bill is written, as it's written right now, the association is opposed to this bill. In general, expanding the exemption for plumbing into gas is extremely dangerous in our opinion. We're currently dealing with a lot of, it seems like in the last year or so, there's a lot of house flippers, and we're seeing a lot of systems and plumbing in on the gas that were technically installed by code. Some of them were installed by code, some of them weren't, some of them were inspected, some of them were not inspected. You gotta remember, permit inspection is a local issue, not a state issue. It would be nice if we could strengthen up requiring a inspection by the state. The way it's written right now, if this bill was designed for the accessory housing, this opens it up to 1 and 2 families, not just the accessory housing. So if it's gonna be meant for the accessory housing, then we would like to, I think hopefully somebody will be offering an amendment today to amend it to have it for the accessory housing and not to be in a rental situation. We understand that the New Hampshire way, if we want to build our own houses, we want to be able to build our own houses. And we're not opposed to that. But we just need to make sure that we're protecting the citizens out there. We don't want to see the landlords buying 2-family houses, not just duplexes, 2-family houses. And the way this is written, it opens it up to the 2-family houses. In Manchester, we have a lot of 2-family houses that if the owner owns it, they can do their own plumbing and gas fitting. We don't want to see that.
Representative O'Brien?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, sir, for taking my question. Mr. Toomey, in all regards within this bill, plumbing, do you think the plumbing would include anything that is currently law as far as septic systems would not be considered like plumbing, such as a homeowner replacing the septic system, not crushing the existing tank if he made a changeover or whatever?
So in New Hampshire, our plumbing law ends about at 10 feet outside the foundation.
Okay.
So the septic system does not fall under the plumbing code. That's under DES. And just to answer one of your other questions, if a plumber or a gas fitter does do something that's against code, they are opening themselves up to either sanctions on their license or losing their license, or it could be a misdemeanor, and if there's somebody that gets hurt, it could end up being a felony.
Representative Grota?
Thank you. Mr. Tremblay, you had mentioned duplex and you had mentioned two-family homes. So could you tell me, is a duplex a two-family home or is that something different?
I don't know the definitions in law of what's a duplex and what's a two-family. A duplex to me is there's one owner of one side and another owner of the other side.
Okay.
A two-family is, one person owns the building, and he rents out the either one unit or two units.
Thank you.
So
Yeah.
if it's written like here, if one person owns the whole structure, okay, he can do the work in the one and two family that he rents out to one or two families, and he doesn't live there.
Thank you.
Representative Fellows?
Thank you. I just wanted to explore the idea of requiring an inspection. So in terms of the plumbing and the gas, if somebody did the changes, made changes on their own, if an inspector came in, how confident would you be that everything is okay based on what the inspector can see? I'm just wondering if there are things that the inspector wouldn't be able to see that could be a hazard.
Trick question. In many communities, we have professional inspectors, and I wouldn't have any problems with those communities that have those professional inspectors inspecting. Unfortunately, in New Hampshire, there's a lot of communities that do not have professional inspectors, and they don't have the education. It's usually somebody volunteering. They don't have the knowledge in the plumbing and the gas and electric. It's somebody that's kind of doing everything. I actually think might be another bill that you might be taking up inspectors or have taken up inspectors. So depends on what town or what community that you're in and who's inspecting that community. I've seen personally situations that were inspected and they're against code. I can walk in, I think anybody behind us can walk into any house right now and find something against code.
Representative Marsh?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You had said that you were a licensed plumber. I think I understand. Looking at the statutes, I see that this bill is being put into the RSA that deals with the State Bureau of Fire Control. And this RSA that looks like it used to require a plumbing license, RSA 329A, was repealed in 2013. So do you in fact need a plumbing license in the state of New Hampshire?
You do. You need a plumbing license and a gas fitter's license. So in 2013, Mayor's Law came into play, and the plumbing board was merged into a mechanical board with plumbing and gas, and that's where RSA 153 came into play. We were over at the fire marshal's office from 2013 until July of last year. July of last year, we moved from the fire marshal's office over to the OPLC. So the mechanical board, which regulates the plumbers, the gas fitters, oil installation and water treatment, is now administrated by the OPLC.
Thank you. Follow up? As a follow-up question, it sounds like you would recommend that we retitle this entire section of law RSA 153 because it clearly has to do with more than the State Bureau of Fire Control.
Well, to work on 153 to clean up the language in the mechanical board, there is a Senate bill that is in process to clean up, to get to move the language in the RSA from the fire marshal's office over to the OPLC. That is already in process. I think it's a separate type of issue that's going to have to come forward.
Thank you.
Representative Lekis?
Thank you. I just want to make sure I didn't misunderstand you. I thought I heard you say that you thought somebody could own the whole structure, do the work on both parts of a two-family and rent them both out. But the question is that what you meant? Because if you look at lines 3 through 5, it indicates that the person doing the work has to have that as their primary residence.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that in line 4 of occupied. But still, in a two-family house, you can occupy the first floor and rent out the second floor. And that person that is renting, who now rents from that landlord, and in today's day and age, right now with housing to be a big issue, they really have, if that landlord is doing plumbing or gas fitting, and he's, let's say he's not getting permits. I'm going to tell you right now, permits are not something that happens. I would say 50% is what's happening out there from what I see. Other people and inspectors can kind of tell you what's out there. People do work without permits. I mean, that's a fact and that's a reality. If you're having a landlord living in the apartment and somebody is renting from them, okay, that person is going to be doing work unlicensed, unknowledgeable. I'm in the trades. I don't know electrical, okay? I wouldn't even attempt to do my own electrical work in my house, okay? So you try to do that with gas fitting, okay, or plumbing. I know everybody thinks plumbing is just installing a sink or installing the faucet, but if we're not venting that properly, people are going to get sick. You see people all the time. Carbon monoxide is a big issue that we're having. It's very dangerous. I don't like homeowners doing their own gas fitting, period, but I understand in New Hampshire we want to do our own work on our own house. And I understand that. And I think our association understands that. So if they own the house, they're having a family member, they're building an apartment for their family member, fine. Okay, let them do their own work. Let them put in here somehow, and I know it's in here, that the permit is required, okay, to do everything by code. I don't know how you can strengthen that. That would be nice to figure out how to strengthen that up. But don't have a landlord on the first floor and then doing the work from in the second floor. What happens in the real world is that person moves in there for a month. He's technically living in there. Then he moves out. He does the work and he moves out. That's what's happening out there.
All right, thank you.
See no further questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Nash?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and everybody else. I represent the Mechanical Board. I was voted to represent them in this case. I am also a master plumber as well as owner of Plumbing Outfit. We wanted to express that we do respect that somebody can do work on their own house, but we do feel that there is a fine line that we have to be very clear of. And we feel this is going to be a safety hazard for other people beyond the owner of the house, or a potential safety hazard. And we got to put a line somewhere, and we feel that the line is that you can't be doing plumbing work with somebody else in the building that's not the owner of the house. Very similar to, we feel that if you're, like other people before us, we feel very strongly you own your own house, it's your own work, you're the only person living there, we respect that very greatly. But we got to put a line somewhere as soon as it starts affecting other people, and we feel that this is going beyond that. work on your own house situation, that similar to what the other people have said, if somebody else is living with you, no association with you, they're just renting the space, is you're directly affecting them with work that's not done by a professional, someone that doesn't have the knowledge in the trade. And you know, with someone inspecting something, there is a level of that they can't see everything, and work being done by somebody that's not in the trade, you know, things can be missed, and that's only if it's being inspected. There is a high degree of safety concerns, as they mentioned before, carbon monoxide issues, explosion issues, safety concerns, and on the gas side. Plumbing does have its issues as well. It's not just sinks and faucet repairs. It could be dumping into the wrong thing. You could have crossed water lines with, you could have all kinds of issues going on in the house that could be safety concerns. But our biggest one is especially the gas, potential explosions, potential carbon monoxides, stuff like that.
Any questions from the members? All right. Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is William McKinney. I'm the president of the New Hampshire Building Officials Association. Again, we represent over 200 building code officials, contractors, and licensed design professionals for the state of New Hampshire. Currently, the New Hampshire Building Officials Association does not support House Bill 1191 as written. Our primary objections to this bill are the inclusion of two-family dwellings. We support homeowners' rights to do work in their own homes, their own single-family detached dwellings. We do not support the inclusion of two-family dwellings due to the inherent risks that can happen with electrical, plumbing, or mechanical gas piping. It's often that we find in two-family dwellings, although it seems very simple, it's just two separate dwellings, that you would have common mechanical areas in a building, which would include your electrical, your plumbing, and your mechanical gas connections, your heating systems, and having one owner being able to work on those systems that could impact another resident of that building outside of their family is a risk that I don't think we should take on. We need to understand that there are skills needed in order to do electrical, plumbing, and gas piping. Skills that should require inspections in all communities. We've heard today from other folks before me that there aren't inspectors in every state, in every community in New Hampshire, and that's true. NHBOA, New Hampshire Building Officials, does track that statistics. Roughly right now, we have about a 50% coverage for inspectors in New Hampshire. Out of the 50% of those communities, there's a large number of those communities that are part-time inspectors. They aren't professionally trained. They aren't certified. They're do it as a hobby on weekends and nights, but they are called an inspector because the community decided to have that. So we understand that, to avoid the risks to other residents, we should not be including two-family into this exception. We also have a concern with accessory dwelling units, and I think the question came up earlier, is an accessory dwelling unit creating a two-family dwelling? Yes, it is. Accessory dwelling unit is a land use term that you won't find in the building or fire codes. It is a skirt around the codes, in my view, when you are actually creating a two-family dwelling. And so when you make an accessory dwelling unit, and under the current laws, the accessory dwelling unit can be rented, so it's not just your family you're impacting. You can construct an accessory dwelling unit and then rent that unit the next day if you wish. That's a risk to somebody outside of your family that I don't think we should take on. You also have heard the terms house flippers. You've probably heard the terms Airbnbs, vacation rentals by owner. All of these become an issue when we start allowing people to do the work in these types of structures. We work very closely. I'm a code official of over 20 years. We work very closely with our homeowners when they're doing work in their own single-family homes. Often, we find people that aren't really competent enough to be doing that work, and we spend an awful lot of time educating them and teaching them how to do the work so that we know that it's up to code. The concern we have is that we are now gonna be allowing these people that may not necessarily be totally competent now to do work in their dwellings that could affect someone else, not just themselves. And for that reason, we cannot support House Bill 1191. And I'll open to any questions.
Representative Grota?
Thank you, Mr. McKinney. I want to go back to your statistic that you mentioned. So did you say 50% of the municipalities in New Hampshire have inspectors?
By our latest tracking, yes, it's roughly 50% in the state of New Hampshire that has some form of code enforcement in their community. They may contract with an outside company, they may have a part-time inspector, they may have full-time inspectors, but it's roughly around 50%.
Follow-up?
Yes, so those communities that don't have a building inspector, how do they provide occupancy permits for the buildings that are built in those communities?
Well, we know some communities do offer occupancy permits regardless of inspections being done. And then other communities don't offer any occupancy permit at all. That comes down to how the lending agencies, or whether you're doing cash sales on homes, whether that documentation would be required. State statute requires that the responsibility to follow code is left to the contractor, the applicant, the person doing the work. It's not necessarily the responsibility of the community to ensure that it meets code unless they have inspectors.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Oh, Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have one, and Mr. McKinney, we could talk later. But basically, again, coming from the Boston area, I never thought I would say you see the phenom of a three-decker become a condo unit. And are we on the dawning of this happening in this state? And we should look at, bills like this and everything else with that in mind, because that would be three separate entities in one building.
Correct. And I think that's the important piece of holding this to single-family detached dwellings. Because when we start getting into condominiums, those are individually owned dwelling units, but they're all attached. So I think it's very important that we stay with the detached single-family.
Are there any other questions from any of the members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Rancourt?
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and committee members. My name is Stephen Rancourt. I'm a licensed electrician in the state of New Hampshire. Also a member of the ECBA, Electrical Contractors Business Association. And we're here to echo the concerns that have come before us. We're concerned with the wording as it stands, so we oppose this as written right now. There's been some question about accessory dwellings, and as Mr. McKinney spoke, there's a couple different requirements for accessory dwellings that might minimize it, but if there was going to be some further discussion about that, we'd be glad to be involved and help out. But as it's written right now, we have a lot of concerns with the two-family, because in New Hampshire, it's live free or die. We've always believed that, as long as it's your family that you're putting at risk, not somebody else. And that was kind of the main principle of all these exceptions in the electrical as well. So I'll answer any questions if you want.
Representative Sytek?
Mr. Rancourt, this really isn't to you, it's to everybody. Why should we even allow single family? Think about this. How can you put your own family at risk if you're clumsy or stupid or don't know how to do gas? Look, I do a lot of work myself.
Okay, all right. Are there any questions for Mr. Rancourt? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members that are present that wish to testify for House Bill 1191? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. We will now open the hearing for House Bill 1312 relative to water pollution and waste disposal rulemaking. The committee recognizes Representative Aaron.
I've got some handouts. Just getting myself settled here. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the Executive Departments and Administration Committee. For the record, my name is Representative Judy Aaron. I represent Sullivan County District 7, which is Ackworth, Goshen, Langdon, Lumster, and Washington. I'm introducing this bill today, HB 1312, with regard to grease traps mandated by the Department of Environmental Services to small businesses and other, and with regard to other plumbing components. This past summer, constituents of mine who are owners of Balthazar's Ice Shack were featured on WMUR's TV news spot, New Hampshire Chronicles, New Hampshire Chronicles. It's a small local popular eatery on Route 31 in Goshen, New Hampshire. The very next day, DES sent an inspector down to the establishment to do an inspection, and they subsequently closed them down because the inspector said they didn't have a 1,000-gallon grease trap. Mind you, this establishment had already had a license in place and had gone through necessary inspections to obtain that. They had no grease issues with the system they had already in place, and in any case, they had to cease selling food until DES was satisfied that the issue they cited was corrected, and this was at the height of Balthazar's season. Now, I'm not an expert in wastewater or plumbing, nor do I know all of the licensing requirements of DES when it comes to plumbing, septic design, or installation. What I do know is that some of my constituents have complained to me that some of the rules and requirements that DES has in place are over and above what the industry requires for these systems. One such measure of the industry requirements is the International Plumbers Code, or IPC. New Hampshire adopted use of the IPC in our building code statutes in RSA 155-A1, section IV. The IPC establishes minimum and right-sized requirements for providing safe water to buildings, as well as safe manner in which the liquid-borne wastes are carried out of a building. Many states use the IPC as their state plumbing code. I don't see any problem in using the IPC as rules or standards for plumbing and septic here in New Hampshire as it relates to DES rules, especially since we use the IPC in our own New Hampshire building codes. And I don't think anyone here today is advocating for plumbing systems that will cause damage or harm to people, businesses, or the environment, be they within a structure or outside of a structure. We all want clean water and proper disposal of waste, including and especially grease. No one desires to damage their own septic system or cause sewage haulers and sewage processing plants problems. But we should also be cognizant of what makes sense for the size of the operation that smaller systems like Balthazar's might require. We shouldn't be telling small businesses that operate out of a 10 by 18 foot trailer or shack that they have to meet the same standards as full-sized restaurants. They are totally different operations. I believe that DES rules need to better assess and accommodate small-sized businesses and work with those businesses towards right-sizing their plumbing and septic needs. This is why I think the IPC rules make more sense. Instead of a one-size-fits-all minimum of a 1,000-gallon grease trap, They should be assessing things like water usage, size of the sink, usage of the sink, size of the kitchen space, and how grease is created and or handled by the establishment. Clearly, smaller businesses have different needs and operations than those of larger ones. In my recent conversations with representatives from DES, they even agree with me on that point. Balthazar's has friolators that are self-contained. They don't put that grease down their system. Their patrons are given disposable food containers, plates, and utensils, so there isn't a need to wash customer dishes in a commercial dishwasher. Nonetheless, Balthazar's was threatened through revocation of their license to contract and expend for the cost of a 1,000-gallon grease trap, which their own plumbers and septic designers said was oversized. Based on the fact that Balthazar's doesn't generate enough water usage in their system to keep the grease trap from going stagnant, that means the system will be prone to breed unhealthy bacteria, odors, and other problems. I can only imagine other small businesses that have had this huge expense thrust upon them and then had problems going forward from it with regard to maintenance. Then there are the businesses that were forced to close or never even opened because their establishment couldn't do enough business to ever repay back this sort of investment. I know of a dairy farm that wanted to scoop some ice cream out of a shed, and the septic and food licensing rules that DES and DHHS have in place were so onerous for this simple operation that the dairy farmer backed off because the investment was just unreasonable for them. Is this how we encourage entrepreneurship? We need to take a serious look at what we are asking of our small entrepreneurs and whether some of these rules even make any sense. In any case, something needs to be done, and this issue needs to be addressed. A small 10 by 18 foot shack should not have to install a grease trap that is almost as big as the shack from which they serve their customers. And please know this is not just about Balthazar's. This is about overall inequity and illogical and inflexible rules that hurt small businesses across New Hampshire. There also seems to be an issue with other businesses being allowed to have an under-sink grease trap and others not. Perhaps DES inspectors are not being consistent with their rules. Even though some people might think this, I sure hope that certain small businesses are not being targeted. I also know some business owners and plumbing professionals that didn't wish to come and testify today because of fear of reprisals. And I don't think that's a healthy environment for our small businesses either. One last point. I had written the Commissioner of DES on August 29th, 2021, requesting that their rules be changed to accommodate small businesses like Balthazar's and to include flexibility for small businesses. The response on October 8th was, "We'll look at it." And that small businesses are already differentiated by allowing a minimum of a 1,000-gallon grease trap in this instance. It's the end of January, and they apparently are still looking at it. In the meantime, small businesses like Balthazar's must comply to costly and oversized rules. So I hope you'll consider what I've presented today, especially through the photos that I have sent around, and listen to some of the people affected by these rules and what they have to say. I'd like to see you pass this bill out of your committee. It is time that we adopt the IPC as our own rules and help our small businesses be able to install systems that make sense to the type of operation that they run. Thank you. And I'd be open to any questions.
Thank you, Representative Aaron. Are there any questions from any of the members? Representative Fellows?
Thank you. Representative Aaron, so your bill says that you're asking that the specifications be no more restrictive than the International Plumbing Code. Do you know what the International Plumbing Code would have said about this situation?
Yes, and I have a copy of it here, and they have a chart that shows, based on the total flow-through, the grease retention capacity, gallons per minute, and so forth, what they recommend for certain size systems. I'm going to share a copy of this with the clerk.
Representative O'Brien? Representative O'Brien, I'm sorry. I was thinking it was Bailey.
That's quite all right. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. It seems something happened here, and somebody made them put in a larger grease trap than was needed. I think I can, understand that. But where was the negotiation with the plumbing inspector or anything else like that? If you say it exists in the plumbing code now, why couldn't that, particular business petition the plumbing inspector to try to make the amends? Because the thing is this a state issue or a local issue that went awry?
Thank you for your question, Representative O'Brien. I think this is a state issue because of the way the rules are for DES and licensing for these establishments. I would like you to ask that same question to the owners of Balthazar's when they come up and they testify. Because then you can ask them exactly who they spoke to and how they tried to rectify this situation. But basically, my understanding is that DES came down, they did an inspection, they looked at the system, they said, we need you to put in a 1,000-gallon grease trap, and they had to comply or have their license revoked at the height of the season.
Are there any other questions from any of the members? See, no. Thank you, Representative Aaron.
Thank you.
Representative McGuire?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Carol McGuire, Merrimack District 29, Allenstown, Epsom, and Pittsfield. And I wish to reassure Representative O'Brien that the 1,000-gallon grease trap is specified in the DES rules for restaurants attached to restaurants that have sewer system, have septic tanks. It's 1,000 gallons regardless the size of the restaurant. And I happen to be part owner of a restaurant that has a septic system. And I was talking with our co-owner, and he says we have two 750-gallon tanks, grease traps, because it's a very expensive extra treatment septic system, and they don't want it to get contaminated with grease. But the most important thing is the maintenance. He pumps those tanks, the grease traps, twice as often as the manufacturer recommends to make sure they don't ever overflow and trash our $250,000 septic system. That's the problem with the rule just saying 1,000 gallons, because it doesn't allow for extra maintenance efforts. It doesn't allow for very tiny restaurants. It just says 1,000 gallons, period. No waivers, no exceptions, no nothing. And I think that kind of one-size-fits-all rule is not appropriate for this sort of thing. We have restaurants of widely varying size in the state, from an ice cream shack or a homestead operation, and putting this kind of rigid requirement by rule is inappropriate in my opinion. So that's why I co-sponsored this bill. I'll answer any questions I can.
Are there any questions for Representative McGuire? Thank you, Representative. Is there Mr. Nash?
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members. I'm not representing the board in this one. I'm just representing Denron Hall. I've come across these situations a lot where you have a small establishment and you have the two opposing forces, the plumbing code covering the structure and then the 1,000-gallon interceptor outside. I've personally had to deal with it with a in a different state, but I've had to deal with it with just a household kitchen. But it was part of an assisted living where they bring food up, and they were concerned. And then once they saw it, they did back off on the 1,000-gallon interceptor. But I fully believe in that it's not a one-size-fit-all situation, and that the plumbing code it'll help size the situation. It also does a better job of protecting the plumbing within the structure. So if you're going to go with one, the IPC is better for that. So that way you start the protection right at the point of use instead of just outside the building.
Representative O'Brien?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to wrap my head around this, and maybe the 1,000 gallons when maybe, like I say, if it's in one code, it could be smaller. Is it something to do like, you know, we were taught as firefighters, it's occupancy is the key. Does that have anything to do with it? In other words, there's a fear in the future. Okay, you could probably get by with a 500-gallon grease trap, but that doesn't mean the next guy 10 years from now, you know, because like in the case of the occupancy with the firefighting, I could have a store that I sell brick out of, but then I load it up with blankets, I got a different fire hazard. So the point I'm trying to make.
And, you know, I don't know the good cutoff of it. I think there is a nice gray area there as far as that. Occupancy is tough, and change of use with business, I think is what you're getting at. Like if you have, I don't know, like a pre-packaged foods versus they throw an oven in, now it's a bakery or something like that. And I don't know if there's something for that. I do know I've come across those situations where you literally just have a kitchen sink, a fridge, and a microwave, and they were going to make us put a 1,000-gallon interceptor in outside just because it happened to be part of an assisted living complex. But luckily, when they walked through, they realized that it was smaller than their kitchen at their house, and they're like, just a point of use grease interceptor. And as far as actual laws and coming up with a compromise, I'm not sure what that would be. But as is right now, I can totally understand where these people are coming from. And if I'm to support something, at least the IPC has you covered, and they have a varying degree of capacities instead of just a one-size-fits-all situation.
Representative Sytek?
Mr. Nash, what's Dention Hall? What is that?
Sorry, that's me mumbling. I'm with Denron Hall. We're out of Manchester, New Hampshire. They're a plumbing and HVAC company.
Representative Fellows?
Thank you. I'm just wondering if you need a grease trap for a restaurant, a small restaurant, and you know, in this case, maybe they don't need one, but if you did, what are the consequences of putting grease down the drain? And what happens? What's bad? What are we trying to prevent?
Yeah, Roto-Rooter. But the reality of it, it's only as good as its maintenance. Back to what was said before, with anything, you don't take care of the outside, it's going to be bad for you. You don't take care of the inside, grease interceptor is going to be bad for you. So what you're trying to stop is the buildup of excess grease in the pipes. And the septic area, I believe it's the leach fields getting all clogged up and not a good breakdown. You can actually get the pipe, it could start off this big, and you end up with just a tiny hole, and it's hard stuff that's built up inside of it if it's not maintained properly. And you can get, if you just have a 1,000-gallon grease interceptor outside and you don't have the proper stuff inside, then you can still have that issue with the inside structure. That's why if you're going to have one, for sure, it's definitely the IPC to cover the inside. I don't know if I answered you correctly.
Follow up?
Yes. So is a grease trap required for home septic systems?
No, they're for, I mean, if you have a fry later and you have a lot of grease going into it, I guess, but it's really just for any situations where you have a lot of grease, dairy, stuff like that.
Are there any other questions from any members? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Renee Pelletier?
Usually people don't want to hear me, so I don't push that button. So, for the record, Rainey Pelletier, I'm the Director of the Water Division at DES, and I think the DES personnel that Representative Aaron was talking about was probably myself and some staff. So I think I'm going to try and add some clarity here. The IPC plumbing code has nothing to do with on-site wastewater. It looks about interior plumbing. It tries to determine what you need to protect your interior plumbing. As far as what goes into the ground on the wastewater side, which is what we regulate, IPC does not deal with that. They can recommend certain size grease traps for the type of facility you have, as Mr. Nash, I believe, said, to make sure your pipes don't clog and so forth. But clearly, IPC has absolutely nothing to do with on-site wastewater. So I hope that adds some clarity to that. I think also, as far as I know, I'm not sure that DES was the individuals that went to the ballot assessors. I'd be interested to hear who that personnel was, but here's how the system on the statewide level works. If someone is going to open a restaurant of any size, type, whether it be an ice cream stand or whether it be a restaurant that serves fast food, sandwiches, has grease, and so forth and so on, they need to get a food license from HH&S. So once they get a food license, every year they're re-inspected to see what their premises are, look at cleanliness and those types of things. And also if there's been a change of use. So if that happens, they come to DES. There's some correspondence with them that asks if, in fact, their septic system was approved for the type of use that is being proposed or changed to. I think what happened at this restaurant we're talking about now, the one that Representative Aaron referenced, was that they went out and did an inspection and it had been changed from an ice cream stand to serving food. And more importantly, food that in fact had friolators and that type of issue. So hence, when that was brought to our attention, then as a minimum, you're required to have a grease trap. Grease has a lot of terrible attributes, if you will, for septic systems. What we've seen lately in the last few years, and we're all for intramural businesses, small businesses, however big or small they would be. But in some situations, people will go in, they'll lease a space, unknown to the lessee, they could put in a restaurant, put in grease. If in fact their septic system fails, depending on the size of that system, it could cost the owner of that building somewhere in the $12,000 to $15,000 price range. Grease is what we call FOG, fats, oils, and greases. That's what comes out of a place that has a high grease load, depending on the food that they're servicing. So it's an important issue. It's as much of an important issue for a person that owns a system that may go into failure, especially if they're leasing the space to someone else or to anyone else. The system clogs, and if it's a large commercial system like Representative McGuire was talking about, you could be looking at 30, 40, 50,000. Now, the shack we're talking about's not that order of magnitude, mind you, but in fact, it is an issue. We have dealt with oils, fats, oils, and greases for years. We do it on the wastewater collection side. If it's a municipal wastewater treatment plant, it's important about how that waste is processed. And more importantly, it's just as a financial issue for the person that owns the building or the septic system that it's in. So if I might, Madam Chair, I'd like to bring up Ray Gordon, who's with me. He's been dealing with fog, if you will, for years. And I think maybe if you can give us 5 or 6 minutes to give you a little primer on the disadvantages if you don't properly maintain fats, oils, and greases, if that would be okay with you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So my name is Ray Gordon. I've worked for the Department of Environmental Services for 27 years. And for 2 years, I've been at the Winnipesaukee River Basin program running the state-owned wastewater treatment facility. And For 14 years, I worked for the Wastewater Engineering Bureau. And it all started with the commission to study ways to encourage proper recycling and disposal of grease trap waste back in 2007. And I learned a lot on that legislative study commission. You got it? All right. So as a result of that, the state was given the task of educating everybody on grease trap issues, and I created a 6-hour training program for wastewater operators and wastewater systems on grease interceptors, and as well as a 3-hour class for subsurface. And I've certainly stayed on top of the topics over those years. And the International Plumbing Code, what we find, just has minimum standards. So it's a matter of how much water is flowing and what's the minimum size grease interceptor that you need in order to primarily protect the plumbing of the building. And some states like Massachusetts have actually mandated in some communities, an internal grease interceptor to protect the plumbing and an external one to protect the wastewater collection system, whether it be a wastewater sewer plant like I run or a septic system. So the biggest thing is you got 2 size interceptors, a small one that has a 30-minute retention time, a large one that could have a 36-hour retention time, and each one of them has its pros and cons. And from the wastewater side, we're always balancing that with the restaurants around the state, and we have a mix of the small devices and the large devices on our sewer systems all through the state. But because it is so much more important on the septic system side, the department over the years went with the 1,000-gallon tank. And the issue with it is it's all about the grease that needs to be disposed of. And it's basically a storage vessel for the grease to be removed, and there are very limited areas, which is why we limited areas for disposal, which is why we did this study commission to try to encourage more disposal of this grease. Because there's 2 things that are going to happen with this. First off, the waste systems can be damaged if you're not storing the grease and removing the grease from that interceptor on a frequent enough basis. And then, on the other end, if the grease is passing through into the septic system, then that septic tank, when it's pumped, could be rejected from a wastewater treatment plant, and that contaminated load would have to find somewhere else to go. I only know one facility down in Raynham, Mass. That likes septage and grease together. Right now, we have a facility in Allenstown that takes grease, South Berwick, Maine. But there's really limited disposal for the grease from the grease interceptors. Now, I've gone out inspecting grease interceptors with many towns around the state of New Hampshire. And what we see on the small devices for disposal is sometimes they're yellow grease containers, which is that fry grease that never comes in contact with wastewater. It gets put out back and it gets sent off for recycling. And they can put some of that grease from that grease interceptor in there. As long as they're not contaminating it enough, the renderer allows them to do that. Other folks maybe are throwing that grease in a dumpster. And, you know, that's kind of frowned upon because it could leak and cause problems, but it does happen. But really the best option is to take that grease and send it off for proper disposal to a disposal location. And that's typically done by a septic hauler with a large truck. And, you know, it's way more economical to store the grease in a 1,000-gallon tank and have a truck haul 1,000 gallons at a time, maybe every 3 months, every 6 months, than it is to do the proper maintenance on the small grease interceptors, which the story I was told at training was that they were developed by the military to be emptied every day. And that's a lot of labor and time to empty them every day to make sure you're getting maximum effectiveness. And then where's the grease going to go when you empty it? You need some other tank to store it in to have someone come and haul it away. So that's just a brief summary of the grease interceptors and what we see. I'd be happy to answer more questions about it.
Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Representative Aaron's bill refers to the International Plumbing Code that the components shall be no more restrictive than the IPC. However, I thought I heard you say that the IPC codes are a minimum. What she is referring to, I would say, would be a maximum level, which is what?
Yeah, so the International Plumbing Code, there's a chart in it. It says you've got 15 gallons per minute coming out of the sink, so that's the flow rate. Then you have to have 30 pounds of storage for grease. So you only are able to store 30 pounds of grease at a time with a faucet that gives you that much of a flow. And a lot of the manufacturers of grease interceptors are giving you more capacity in their grease interceptors. When you look at the rating, there's a chart that they give you because they know it's all about the grease storage. And the way I understand the code, that's the minimum. And then many towns around the state have sewer use ordinances, which can be more restrictive than the plumbing code. And some of them will add in 1,000-gallon tanks, or there's even automatic devices that will remove the grease on an ongoing basis so you don't have to hand empty them.
Representative Allegro?
Yes, thank you. I'm a little bit confused here because at the end of the day, all code, you should never say all or always, but essentially all code is about minima, not about maxima. So, like, for instance, we built a house. The code said that electrical sockets had to be at least 1 every 6 feet. The code didn't state anything about forcing us to have 4 every 6 feet. So code is about minima, so I'm not sure I understand your argument here.
Right, and that's where I'd refer to the others in the department, because on the wastewater side, we have a collection of both larger 1,000-gallon interceptors and, you know, the smaller under-the-sink ones in our collection system.
Follow up? But those are each for different circumstances, right? It's not that they're saying you could have, excuse my ignorance of the terminology, but 1,000 or 2,000 for a situation. It's that you have 1,000 for this situation and 2,000 for that situation. So at least. And by definition, at least means a minimum. So the IPC codes, of course, naturally are going to be minimums, right?
If I may? Yeah, I think I want to get us off this concept of the IP code and on-site wastewater. They are totally irrelevant to each other. It is a concern to us if the plumbing code has an issue and people's pipes clog, so forth and so on. What we regulate at DES is what comes out of that structure and goes into a septic tank or an grease interceptor, if you will, or not. And now a minimum of 1,000 gallons tanks is correct. That's a minimum. If you've got a 100-seat restaurant, you're going to have a much larger grease trap. And I think Representative McGuire mentioned that they had twin 750s. And that's because on a flow basis, as Ray described to Representative, anything of 15 gallons a minute or more, you need this size grease trap. Again, the IPC code is addressing the interior plumbing, not the wastewater issues that in fact is what we regulate. So you do have minimums for grease traps, for sure, but you also have numbers as the flows increase. All of what we do in the wastewater world is based on flow or discharge, if you will. You know, from a single-family home that you were talking about, we have design flows that are conservative standards for 150 gallons a bedroom per day. That's what's designed. We don't need to tell you you need 200 gallons per day, because we figure your average flows are going to be probably less than 150. And that's very similar to when the IPC looks at grease traps. They look at the size of the type of business, what they're going to be discharging, how many gallons per minute would go, and they recommend sizes for interior grease traps. That's where this issue of minimum came. let's say that you were lucky and you had a bedrock well and you could push 30 gallons a minute out. That grease trap in size would no longer be at that minimum. And that's how the IPC regulates that. Totally different from the way we calculate flows that come out of a structure for wastewater.
Representative Schmidt, then Grota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So 16 years ago, when I was on the Environment and Agriculture Committee, I inherited a study committee from a very nice colleague in my committee who didn't run again the next time. And it was called the FOG Committee, Fat, Oil, and Grease. Rainey remembers that. So one of the things, that was the period where yellow grease was going from costing the restaurants to have it hauled away to getting paid for the yellow grease because they were learning to recycle it. The nasty stuff that brown grease that restaurants produced was still costing an arm and a leg because it's, you know, couldn't be used for anything, and it was really, really disgusting stuff. Really, I had a whiff of one of them one time, and I'm going like, that'll do it for me for the rest of my life. And these people have to deal with those dang things every day because that's what they're producing. And we looked for the possibility, because brown grease does have some energy potential if you could get it out of it.
Representative Schmidt, could you please ask the question?
So I have to give a little bit of background so we understand. So we found that there was a procedure that was able to turn brown grease into usable form. But my understanding is that it actually, and it was going to produce, you know, it costs you more to get the stuff, the byproduct, than it was the byproduct was going to be worth. Well, nobody wants to do that. So this procedure was going to make the stuff that was going to be more valuable than the cost of making it. My understanding is that that's still not being really done. So what happened to that procedure? It was being done out at Keene State College. What happened to that procedure?
Yeah, I know a lot of the alternative, like energy uses, when the market kind of went down and gas prices went down, a lot of the alternative energy uses of things like brown grease, they just kind of petered out. They couldn't be sustainable.
Please state your point of order. Are you able to perhaps, with all due respect, quickly answer the representative's question so we can try to stay on topic?
Yeah, I just thought I did. The price went down and those processes weren't viable, and they just didn't go anywhere. So there was some biodiesel and some other things. There was a thing at Keene State College, and they just all petered out because it's about 16 cents a gallon to get rid of the grease from a grease interceptor.
Representative Grota.
Thank you. So the purpose of all this, right? One of the reasons why we do this is because we want to protect our groundwater, correct? So if we didn't want to do that, it would not be important to maintain our septic systems or keep them from failing, correct?
Correct.
So the end result of all of this is because we want to protect our groundwater.
Yes, and by the very nature of a septic system, that's what they are designed to do.
That's correct, okay. So, last question, I'm sorry, I had so many questions I never looked over. So the grease trap, is that in parallel to the septic system or in series?
A grease trap would be before the waste gets to your tank, and then from the septic tank, it goes to the leach field.
Thank you.
Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've all heard multiple times now that the IPC is not the appropriate code to be addressing this. What is the appropriate code?
I think the appropriate code is the 1,000 rules that DES oversees that regulate septic systems on solid wastewater.
Okay.
I would not want to rule out the IPC for the interior plumbing. I think that's an important part of the process. But from once that waste leaves the building and goes out your 4-inch pipe, that comes under the 1,000 regulations under the 485.
Thank you. Okay, so the 1,000 rules that you're talking about here that DES uses, those are internally created or those from a national standard?
Those are created and we go before JLCA when we drive.
So it's internal. Okay.
Correct.
Representative Bailey?
Thank you. We've heard a lot about flow rates and grease receptacles and all of this, but where this began and the testimony we heard and what this picture shows is that they have zero grease and zero flow rate. So why do they need, and also that if you didn't have this, it might cost a $10,000 to $15,000 expense, and yet I'm thinking that must have cost a pretty penny. So why would you need all of this for zero grease?
Well, Madam Chair, good. I'm trying to see as I talk. I think when you look at their menu, they have food that produces grease. Now, grease is grease is grease is grease. Now, how that's disposed of, we have no control over. So when the HH&S folks went out to issue a new food license, they noticed that there was a change in menu. Hence, that was brought to our attention, and we saw that the system was not designed for grease. So that's what I know about that. Talking with the concrete folks and septic system installers to install a grease trap, the cost of the trap and the installation is somewhere around $2,000. So I don't know what people are paying, but that's what we got from several people that install tanks and systems.
Thank you.
Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking questions. First question I have is, we hear that the International Plumbing Code that deals with the internal plumbing goes by flow rates when they set their minimum standards. Is there a standard flow rate for getting to a 1,000-gallon outside tank?
No, we don't have a typical flow rate for that.
Follow up. I'm not asking whether you do. Is there a standard out there that deals with flow rates and the size of tanks that are available?
Not that I'm aware of.
Follow up.
Follow up?
Is a 1,000-gallon tank the smallest size they make, or do they make outside tanks in smaller dimensions?
Generally, you could get a 750 probably. But we look at 1,000 gallons because of the longevity of the tank, the infrequency of pumping required. Because every time you have a tank pumped, you're probably looking somewhere around 300, 350. So if you get into a larger tank, which is our minimum of 1,000, financially, you know, the tank may cost a little more, but you'll certainly recoup that cost because you won't have to pump it as frequently. That's where we established the 1,000.
One last follow-up. Do you know what surrounding states require for the same setups? Do they have minimum standards for these outside grease traps?
Yeah, Massachusetts is a 40-hour retention time, a 1,000-gallon minimum tank, and I think Vermont is similar to us, but the one I remember is Massachusetts.
Representative Sytek?
What's this retention time? What exactly does the flow rate have to do with it? What is the flow rate exactly?
So the retention time, that's the time when the water enters the tank till it leaves the other end. And that is what gives the grease the time to separate. Some greases will separate quickly, such as the small interceptor is 30 minutes, protects the building because it's taken out that grease that'll adhere to the pipes immediately, where the 36 hours allows more fats, oils, and greases to settle out so that it does not impact the septic system with the full load of those fats, oil, and greases.
And did I hear flow rate? What exactly is that? I know that what that is for a well, but what's that mean for a restaurant?
Well, it'll be the gallons per minute as it comes in. You would calculate how long that gallons per minute would take to sit in the grease
So
interceptor.
gallons per minute is a rating like two-bedroom house, or how you would size a septic tank for a two-bedroom house. A certain size restaurant has a certain flow rate. Is that all right? It's a figure of merit.
Yeah, septic systems are designed based on flow rate, and that's based on, let's say if you had a restaurant, how many seats you have and what kind of services you were providing. That gives you a baseline flow rate, hypothetical, because of your number of seats and the type of servings. Your ultimate flow rate that are going to dictate that 36-hour retention time are going to be based on if you went in and left your sink running for 10 hours. So what we design flow rates for the leach field hydraulically to be able to take that water.
Representative Pearson?
Okay. So looking at this particular situation that triggered all this, could this not have been handled by a device, a trap, a collection unit internally, and not something that would have had to been colossally created into this yard? Could this have just been handled with something under the sink?
Well, I think as we talked with Representative Aaron, I think depending on the menus and depending on what we would consider the flow rates, I think that would be something that certainly could be entertained over time. It's not our goal at DES to stymie entrepreneurial businesses, but we also have a responsibility to protect the environment, protect the people that have a large investment in the septic system, whether it be this situation, which is the individuals that are discharging, but many of the situations we arrive at, that's not the case. And many people will go in unbeknownst to them and not understand what the ultimate result will be and the cost associated with it. So, I mean, there's several nuances I guess one could entertain. And I think when I had my conversation with Representative Aaron, we thought that we could certainly take some time and think about it. But this bill presents a real problem to us. We think it's inappropriate to have IPC even in it. We have some real concerns about that code for the drinking water side of the world as well. So I think we're always open to have a conversation about minimizing costs but maximizing the benefit. So the answer, it's a long answer to your question, but I think we could certainly talk about that. But I don't think it's a legislative fix.
Okay, so when dealing with this particular and other situations where you're, at least from the layperson, asking for something that seems extraordinarily ridiculous, do you guys work and present the other options that are available for these folks to look at? This is, we're not talking about Buffalo Wild Wings here, clearly, right? So, I mean, are you working with these folks, or are we dealing in absolutes?
No, I think if anyone, we pride ourselves in having pre-application meetings for any changes anybody wants to make, whether it's a residential, whether it's commercial, we don't care. This is a situation where the health and food inspectors went out, there was a change of use, they brought it to our attention, the septic system did not qualify for grease and a change in menu, and then that's how it moved on. But certainly, anybody could call us up and saying, hey, I'm selling sandwiches, but now I want to sell fried clams. What do I need to do? What are my options? That is always available, always. And that just didn't happen in this situation.
Representative Lanzara?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I have a lot of them over the years here. With the existing system in place, it may have been answered earlier. Was this new system needed? And was this prior system in the first photo here, was it capable of handling, like it was alluded to in the last representative's question, of handling the new grease load, I guess you could say?
No, the answer to that would be no. I'm going to pass around the menu, and I want you to look at the menu and see, in fact, from knowledge of what you consider generates grease. No, yeah.
Are there any other questions from any of the members on the committee? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your testimony, gentlemen. Representative Fellows, are you waving your hand at me? Representative Fellows.
So I was surprised to hear you say that you're going to estimate the amount of grease that's going to be going into the septic system based on the menu. Because if they're doing a lot of fried food, I assume that you're taking that grease and it's being recycled. You're not pouring that down the sink, are you? I would almost think that you'd be getting more grease down the drain from the ice cream that you had to begin with, because when it melts, you put it in the sink. So
Wait, Representative Fellows, I believe that the
that's a question.
I believe that the gentleman that is sitting next to Representative Aaron does plan on testifying, and whenever he is testifying, you can certainly ask him any questions that you choose.
So I'm asking them why you think that the menu is important to look at, because you seem to think that that means that they had more grease going into the septic system. And I haven't seen it yet, but if you're basing that on a lot of fried food, I'm thinking that that fried food grease probably isn't going into the septic system.
A good question, Representative Fellows. If I had the opportunity to hire staff to go and see everybody's behavior and how they handle their grease, that would be a different story. We don't. Everybody does it differently, depending on what they're looking at. When we seed foods that when cooked generate grease, we assume that the grease has got to be handled and maintained somehow, whether it be interior grease trap or exterior. We have no way of monitoring how people handle that grease. We know there's a potential. It concerns us from the septic system side and the environmental side. So that's why the standards are set the way they are. We do not control behavior. We just control and look at what is being produced and served, and however they choose to add longevity to their system or not is up to them. But with our minimums, we feel comfortable that the environment is protected, and also when you think of the long-term maintenance of the tank, the frequency of pumping, which I talked about earlier, at the end of the day, that's why there's a 1,000-gallon minimum. You're welcome.
You're good. Are there any other questions from any of the members?
Madam Chair, could I don't want to take this home. I do have some real concerns about the IPC language in this bill on the drinking water side. As you may or may not know, the drinking water systems have a lot of what we call backflow presenters. So if there's a negative pressure in the system, that wastewater doesn't get sucked back into the drinking water side. That is a big concern for us, having that language in this bill with the IPC, which I think at the end of the day, both on the water and wastewater side, is inappropriate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Sherman?
gives new meaning to the term hot seat. My name is Philip Sherman. I'm the chair of the Building Code Review Board, and I began by intending to respectfully speak in opposition to this bill, while at the same time now not necessarily disagreeing with Representative Aaron or Representative McGuire's statements, and while respectfully disagreeing with some of what was just said from the Department of Environmental Services. As it stands, this bill violates RSA 155A, Part 210, which prohibits state agencies from varying, modifying, or waiving the requirements of the state building code, which includes the plumbing code, unless approved by the Building Code Review Board, leading to the required ratification by the legislature. Based on the International Plumbing Code definitions of plumbing system, building sewer, and water service pipe, the scope of the plumbing code extends to the public sewer or the private sewage disposal system, otherwise known as a septic system, and to the public or the private water supply, including the piping that gets them there. In the last hour or so, 2 hours, I've heard 3 different definitions of where the plumbing code stops. What I read in the book, what I hear from DES, and what I heard from the plumbing licensing folks who think it stops at a dotted line 10 feet outside the building. I think we may have a problem with simply how the various regulations here sew themselves together. So that may need some work. The plumbing code, again, using the definition in the book, provides detailed requirements for both exterior and interior grease traps, called grease interceptors in the code, and similarly provides detailed requirements for other plumbing components, which are referenced in the bill. The DES currently has the authority to submit any changes they desire to the BCRB, but no changes to the model code were proposed in the 2018 code package because they read the International Plumbing Code a different way. Nothing prohibits the DES from creating their own permitting, review, or approval package based on the technical language in the plumbing code. This bill, and this is my critical point, this bill would allow the DES to amend the state building code without going through the normal amendment process, which results in ratification by the legislature, provided the requirements are no more restrictive than the plumbing code, and would most likely lead other state agencies to request the same authority. This would lead us farther away from the desired one-stop shopping provided by a statewide building code. Those were my prepared remarks. And the situation has got it increasingly cloudy from my limited view of things, by the way, being new to this position 6 months ago. And I do think that there needs to be a conversation between the parties involved, the DES and BCRB, and probably the plumbing licensing folks, and try and figure out what the extent is of the various regulations. Because clearly there's a disagreement there right now, or at least each one is reading them properly in their own context. So I would hope that we could have some time to come back to this committee, ideally with some agreement as to where this dotted line ought to be and who ought to write what rules, although that may be opening a very large can of worms. Other than that, I have nothing to say.
Representative Pearson?
In my world, what you just did is called throwing a grenade in the room.
My apologies.
No. It's apparently very necessary. And I think you're right, based on what I've heard here. We clearly have an interpretation war going on. But at the end of the day, what we're talking about here is absolutes. And to give a practical example of that absolute, when I was in Oklahoma City, we had a standard response for fires in a restaurant. And anybody that's ever seen a Waffle House on the side of an interstate knows you can only fit about 16 humans in it total, including the cooks. That response generated 41 firemen. So we couldn't even physically all go in the place. But again, absolutes. It's a restaurant. So what I'm getting at here with this is that, it seems to me that we have some circumstances here that really require some discretion. And I don't know if this is a lack of flexibility by DES. They may not have it. This may be a jail car issue to deal with some of this. But clearly, we've applied things literally to situations that really don't warrant them. So I would certainly encourage and ask that if any of the three groups here have a concept as to how to look at this more reasonably, to please bring it forward, because this bill's not going to do it. No.
Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify and make sure I heard what you said, that there is in-code sizing for both internal and the external interceptors, as you call them?
There most definitely is. I'm not a plumbing engineer, so I'm not prepared to speak to the technical details of anything that's in the plumbing code, but the definition of grease interceptor clearly applies to interior and exterior. Furthermore, the International Code Council publishes more codes than the state of New Hampshire adopts, and they publish a code on what they call private sewage disposal systems, septic tanks, septic systems. And the plumbing code and their sewage disposal code are melded. They know where those begin and end, and it begins at the entry to the sewage disposal system. So in terms of how our code is written, I think it's fairly clear, and I confirmed this with two other people with more experience this morning. How it fits together with the DES regulations, I think needs some work, and we need to have a conversation, and certainly happy to have it. I do not think there's a war, because a war takes two parties, and at least it's a conversation that needs to happen.
I agree.
Are there any other members that have any questions? Representative Sitek?
My question is, I don't know whose side I'm on here. There's an aggrieved party we haven't heard from yet that seems to have been shut down almost peremptorily without any. Then I hear from DES, who seem to be very accommodating, trying to live within their rules, and we'll talk, but something didn't work, and I don't know how we're going to have this. This isn't a question, I'm taking advantage here. We need this conversation somehow, because everybody's wonderful, but it didn't work out that way.
I suspect the executive session will be very interesting. Are there any other questions for Mr. Sherman? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I do not have any more pink cards, but I do suspect that the gentleman wished to testify. That's okay. Yeah.
Thank God.
I apologize that I cannot read this last name, so whenever you take the very hot seat, if you could just please identify yourself.
Hi, my name's Troy Berrialt. This is my wife, Karen, and we own Balthazar's Ice Shack. Actually, she owns Balthazar's Ice Shack. I'm professionally employed.
Could I trouble you to please spell your last name?
Berriault. French pronunciation, yes.
Please, go ahead.
What would you like to know?
Well, testify to your story. I must say that I did see your head shaking yes and no several times, so hopefully you took some notes and you can clear up some of the questions that may have if there was any specific question that was asked by somebody, if you want to address that, but start with your story.
Okay, sure. Let's go with price. We're a small business, and price is a big deal for a small home business to start. Now, we already went through the pricing. We installed it. I've been working in construction for 40 years. I work for a multi-million-dollar construction firm, Timberland Construction. I'm very familiar with plans, bid processing. Goes across my desk on a continuous basis. So my wife asked me to step in when they said, put a 40-gallon grease trap in. I said, well, good, just do it. Well, 1,000-gallon. And she says, well, would you look over the plans? And that's when all this started. Because when I looked over the plans, I started researching grease traps, the SB codes, and I come up with, well, this is gallons per minute. I said, they want me to put in a 1,000-gallon grease trap in septic, and in the ground. And I said, okay, fine. But we only put out 14 gallons per minute. They want me to put a 1,000-gallon interceptor, which calls for 50 or more. In my case, it's 250 or more with a 1,000-gallon. So I said, well, this is over-engineering at its best. And I deal with this all the time at work, over-engineering. And when you over-engineer something, you always have problems. And you can look up over-engineering, it says problems. Always has problems. So I was looking at this going, this is not right. So I started fighting with the DES about it. I says, well, we only put out 14. You want me to put 1,000? Why? I said, so I had my septic system inspected. This is no grease. Well, we do fried food. Most of it's fried food. Well, today's modern kitchens in modern restaurants, they're not there cooking a steak on a grill. They're buying, if you have, everything's frozen and pre-cooked. So when we put it in the fry later, it's already pre-cooked. There's no greasy foods. No, I'm sorry. We serve on paper. So again, it's all self-contained. We have table talk fry laters. It's self-contained. There's many places that you can send the grease to. Well, not the grease, the oil to, because they recycle it. A lot of them burn it. You can reburn oil, get oil burners. I could put one in my barn if I wanted to and take it and heat my barn. You can recycle the oil and burn it as a fuel. This is, a class, I think it's class 3 or class 5 fuel, which they consider it at. And the gentleman put up a brown grease. Brown grease is traded on the market today. So it does have value. And good point, because that's something I also researched after I got into the whole grease thing. As far as our licenses go, when we first started this, we were going to do ice cream and some food. And like I said, I'm only a 10 by 18 shack, whatever you want to call it. I can't put out that much. So we started it, and the lady that came and inspected us, I says, well, can you inspect our kitchen in the house? Because I would like to do soups and a few things. And she says, oh, no, you have everything here. Because we had the 3-bay sink, the hand washing station. And she says, you're all set. What are you going to, a couple hot plates, maybe a fry. I said, yeah, time to put a couple countertop fry laters. You're going to be self-contained? I said, yes. This is not a problem. She says, you don't even need a grease trap. I said, just sure. I'm putting in a full, originally when we bought the house, I checked the septic system. Like I said, I'm in construction. I know my way around most things in construction. And I found out one of the pipes led right down to the river. And I said, good Lord. No, this is horrible. It happened when one of our grandchildren took a bath and they emptied it out, and I smelled something down by the river, and I found a pipe leading to the river. I says, well, I capped it, and I tore up the whole system. And I put in an advanced septic system in. So it's more, I'm a little bit of a tree hugger. I don't admit it where I live, but, I believe in, equality and, clean rivers and all that. So what we did is we put an advanced system in. So I put the system in, but when I was putting the system in because I asked, how much do I need for an ice cream scoop? Because they have to have, I think it's 350 gallons a day goes through for an ice cream scoop. And so I had to put in a certain size system for that. And I said, do I need a grease trap? Because I had everything torn open. They said, no, you're fine. So I said, okay, great. So we started doing what we were doing. And then a person that lived in Goshen, that was a selectman, he called the state. Now, he likes doing septic systems. That's one of his things, but he owns a trailer park. One of the oldest trailer parks in New Hampshire, actually. Well, he called the state. He made a complaint saying I didn't have a grease trap. And he knew I didn't have a grease trap. So when they sent the next food handler's license, it said ice cream only. Now, I don't know, if you get these, you take them, you slide it over into the glass, you hang it up, and you say, okay, it's down. Because we already had this. So then he sends somebody over to look at it and says, well, you only have ice cream only. So I called the state. And I said, let's take care of it. And they said, okay, the pandemic hit. Everything was a little bit crazy back then. We were the only places open to serve food. Now, we actually volunteer some of our, so my wife cooks soup during the week, and so with the fire department, and we serve it throughout the community for, we just do that to, to help the community out. And so we had these functions going already, and so we didn't hear anything from anybody. I called the state, just radio silence from them. And I, said, actually, the person I was dealing with the state was very nice. They were kind. The DS was very nice to me. I said, we'll get this straightened out and stuff. And I go, okay. So I wanted to put a type of grease trap in anyway. I says, well, let's run a grease trap. All I wash is like a pan and 3 or 4 tongs, because it's all self-contained. I mean, I cook hamburger, but the hamburger has a top griddle. It has a grease trap on it. So I just take that and dispose of the grease trap. We all have wood stoves here in New Hampshire. We know where that can go. I mean, for a lot of different things, when you wipe it out with a rag, well, with a paper towel, you can burn it or whatever, because it is secondary fuel anyway. But so I had that done, and they find out, they came, we went through the pandemic, and then we had the, what was that came? Oh, Chronicle came. So Chronicle came, so it was a big deal. I mean, Chronicle showing up, we have fits coming in. This was it's a big deal to us. We're very small. A little hole in the wall. Everybody laughed when we first opened it up because nobody was showing up. I don't advertise anybody. It's just word of mouth. My wife's a professional chef. Once they get a hold of her different, specials, they're like, oh my God, this is great. And we keep the price down because we live in not the richest area. I like to call it, we're on the shadow of Mount Sunapee is where I live. We're on the other side of the mountain. So, well, anyway, they come up and they come down, whoa, you need a grease trap. I go, okay, fine, we'll install a grease trap in here. I checked out, it's 14 gallons, but we need a 40-pound grease trap. It's not a big deal. They come back, oh, no, you need a 1,000-gallon incinerator. Well, and that's when I got involved with the septic. That's when I started getting involved, and I did a lot of research on grease, disposal of grease, interceptors, how large, how small. They says, I talked to DES, and I says, okay, this is ridiculous. 1,000-gallon, I says, it's the size of my building. I says, and never mind breaking ground and what it's going to cost. He says, well, you can get a 500, but you're limited on what you can do. And I go, well, the difference between a 500 cement one and 1,000 is zero. Well, it's $300 in price, but you still got to break ground. You still got to buy the same pipes. You got the labor. And another thing, they don't, you have to have it designed. I mean, they said, well, this last time it's $2,000. It's $1,500 just to get a designer out there, design it before you even break ground. It's $2,500 just for the cement 1,000-gallon incinerator. That's without pipes. Now you're going to have people come down and put it in. Now you have to have a registered septic designer install the system, and that's going to cost you money. So the money keeps on piling up. I don't know where people are getting these prices. I mean, what they've told her, a number of occasions, the DES, the waste management, is they've underplayed this so much. I understand that, hey, I want to have clean water. I mean, the biggest thing is, they're talking about grease dams, which happen in the cities. Because you have grease dams, that's what they run across, is grease dams. And they have a big problem with grease, because you have different facilities do different amounts of grease. But they have people that come and inspect your facility. They know exactly what you do, how many people you serve. It's all on, they all come and inspect that. They know what your menu is. They know if you serve on paper, if you serve on plastic. We don't have no seating, 0 seating at our facility. They knew that. We serve strictly on paper. I don't serve any styrofoam because it's bad for the environment. I pay extra for paper. In fact, I try to get recycled paper as much as possible, and very, very little plastic with my plastic forks and spoons. I'm next to Gunnison Lake. I don't want people going down there and leaving trash down at Gunnison Lake. I want to be able to do road if they do. If anybody's seen one of those styrofoam clumps in the woods, you realize they just last forever. But we're very conscious, and it's that this is my story, and this is what we've done. So I hope this helps.
Did you see a copy of the menu that was passed around? You have that? This is your menu? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Representative Fellows?
Yes, can you just tell me what was, you did install what they asked you to install, and what was
Yes,
this
we're
for?
100% right now. We have all the permits. We're not here for us at this point. It's over-engineered, and that drives me crazy.
So
you-
I,
Guess we're just here because we want to try to fix it so that it doesn't happen to somebody else.
okay. Do you want to share how much it cost you to do this?
Sure. It was $1,500 for the designer. It was another $2,500 for the pipes and tank. And then it was another $4,000, I got a good deal because I'm a friend of mine, $4,000 to install it. And this was I got a good deal without, Whedon's, we actually have their maple syrup, so I got a good deal on that.
Representative Lansara?
Was this menu being served on the old system, and if so, for how long? And were there any issues?
Yes, it was, we had this for close to what, 2.5 years?
Yeah, well, not this whole menu.
Well, not the whole menu. I mean, we've added as we've gone, the menu goes, because fried food's fried food. I mean, you can go with chicken wings to chicken drums, and it just add, it's the same thing. It's the same process. But yeah, then I had my septic tank inspected by a certified inspector. That installs, he saw absolutely no grease after we've been running for at least a few years on basically close to the same menu.
Representative Allegro?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to ask, I'm really curious. I'm looking at the picture, but it's hard for me to discern. Can you give me an estimate of what the actual dimensions of that grease trap are? Just rough.
Oh, I want to say it's a good 8 feet by 5 feet by maybe 8 feet, maybe 10 feet by 8 feet by 5.
That's close enough, thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Bailey?
Thank you. The missing piece for me seems to be such grease as you're making isn't going into this, right?
No, that's
So this is all everything about flow rates and size of tanks, it's all completely irrelevant, right?
Yeah, it is, but to be honest with you, since we should protect our environment, so the flow rate is what you have. If you have a 3-bay sink, it goes by your dimensions. So if your three-bay sink like mine is 10 by 14 by 10, and that's 3 bays, and then you have a hand washing station, which is also 10 by 14 by 5. So they take these dimensions in, and that gives you the gallons per minute that goes out. So I do 14, so whatever I wash in there, it's I can only, if I fill them up and dump, it's only 14 gallons per minute. That's the most I can possibly do, or possibly push out. I mean, what a lot of people are not taking into consideration is some industrial fryolators, they self-clean.
Excuse me, this is where I'm getting confused. When you start talking about flow rates, of flow that's not happening.
Yeah, gallons per minute, yes, but.
I mean, you made it sound as if it's not going into the system at all.
No, that's.
So you were, at one point you alluded to maybe you're using it to enhance your firewoods?
Well, no, I mean, you have the oil, and what you do, I have my fryolators. My fryolators are benchtop, okay? They're self-contained. Only your real industrial ones actually self-clean and self-pump. Mine only do one, my basket does one serving at a time. That's it. I have 3 of them, 3 tabletops. They're only about this big, does one serving of French fries. like a McDonald's French fry bag, large, one serving, that's it. And there's, you reuse your oil over and over again, and when it gets old, I actually hand screen it and put it back in. And when it gets too old, I put it in the container, and I bring it right down the street where a person that recycles it. So that never touches the sink. That would be insane to pour it down the sink.
Thank you.
Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming here to testify. How long have you had this installed now? I know probably, is it this year that it was installed?
Yes, well, we got this installed in September.
And since September, have you looked at all to see how much grease you've actually collected in that short time frame?
Yeah, I have a lot of gray water in there. There's no grease.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from any of the members? Representative Grota?
So when you originally started your restaurant, was it primarily an ice cream shop? Or did it always have ice cream and a little bit of food?
Always ice cream and a little bit of food. That's why we put in that permit for both.
Follow up? And when did you start expanding your restaurant to include more food?
Oh. Our menus increased a little bit at a time with the same type of things since we opened. I mean, you always increase a little bit, but as far as what we had in there for cooking utensils, it's been the same.
Follow up?
Yeah. So, because I look at this menu and I'm not a restaurant person, nor do I can conceive how I would go about doing all this, but there seems to be like a 50-50 ratio of food to ice cream, of offerings.
You can't see, there's more, the board goes over further with more ice cream.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm thinking. It's,
Yeah,
there's
it's cut off.
Right. And last question, if you, for example, the fryers are one thing, but wouldn't there also be cleaning and grease with the chili or the poutine or the...
The chili gets cooked in a
Chafing dish.
pot, in a pot.
Yeah.
Don't you have,
In a pot, and
but
then
don't,
it goes in the chafing dish.
but don't you clean all that?
Well, actually, we do, but they also make inserts for the chafing dishes, which are plastic inserts where you pour in, because who wants to be washing them all the time? And you pull the plastic piece out. So, yeah, there's very to little none. I mean, today's modern kitchen, there's very little cleaning. There's a lot of things you can cook in. But the chafing dish is what we put our things in, like the cheese and whatever we use out there. Yeah, it goes into a plastic container in the chafing dish itself, a liner, and then you pour in it. You can look them up. They're very cheap, and it's a lot easier on everybody.
Okay.
Are
thank
there
you.
any further questions from the members?
I have a little bit. We're also representing the bed and breakfasts. We have a place up the street, which is an inn. They have a 750-gallon grease trap that's already installed, and they were told they can't operate because they don't have a 1,000-gallon. They couldn't serve, they couldn't serve the public. Which is, to me, that I don't understand that.
Thank you very much for coming today. Are there any other members from the public that wish to testify for House Bill 1312? Which one is he?
This
Mr.
is-
Pelletier, correct?
Yes, this is be very brief. I just don't want you folks to lose sight of the issue of the IPC and the drinking water side. I know this conversation has been primarily focused at wastewater, but we have some real concerns about the misinterpretation of the IPC code with backflow prevention in water systems. That's a really important issue for us. That is a big, big concern because it could put thousands of people at risk if in fact we had backflow. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no further questions, there's nobody else to testify, I will close the hearing for House Bill 1312. Representative Groda.